Good morning. If I could ask council members to please take their seats, and delegations too will get started. 9:03. We can't start. We don't have quorum.
I'm going to wait. Oh, we have to wait for Shannon to come back. We got six.
There's six? Okay, we'll start. Well, good morning. I will call the meeting to order. Good morning and welcome to the March 12th, 2025 Executive Committee meeting. We acknowledge that we are in the traditional lands of Treaty 4 territory, a territory with 35 First Nations across southern Saskatchewan and parts of Alberta, Manitoba, and the original lands of the Cree, Dakota, Lakota, Nakota, and the homeland of the Métis Nation. The City of Regina owes its strength and vibrancy to these lands and the diverse Indigenous peoples whose ancestry's footsteps have marked the territory, as well as others from around the world who are continued to be welcomed here in our home of Regina. Some members of the committee and city administration may be attending the meeting today through video conferencing. I would like to remind those members of the following. Please ensure that your camera and microphone are turned off. If a member of the committee wishes to speak, use the raise hand function placed into the speaking queue, which will place you into the speaking queue. When speaking, remember to unmute your microphone and enable your video camera, and all votes will be conducted through a recorded vote. The deadline to register as a delegation for...
Do you want me to...
The deadline to register as a delegation for reports recommended for consideration for City Council at its meeting scheduled for March 26 is 12 p.m. on Monday, March the 24th. So with that, we'll get started. Okay. I will look for, can I have someone please to move a motion to approve the agenda at the call of the chair with the addition of the registered list of delegations? Made by the mayor. I'll call the question. Any opposed? Move forward. Can I have someone move a motion to adopt the minutes of the public meeting held on February 26, 2025? Councillor Burton. Any errors or omissions? Hearing and seeing none, I will call the question. Any opposed? It's carried. Okay, let's get started. I'd like to call on the first delegation if they're here. Good morning, Greg. Greg Hooker, Margaret in person, and Nathan, who's, forgive me, we'll call it Nathan, who's listening in remote today. You're welcome to come forward, please. Right there.
Yeah, we're just...
Sorry, one sec, Greg.
Yeah.
Just please take a seat.
Yeah, sure.
So, Greg, what I'm going to ask you to do is introduce yourself for the record. Good morning, everyone. The organization you're representing, if applicable, and where you live. You'll have 5 minutes, Greg, to address us here at Executive Committee, after which you'll have the opportunity to respond to any questions that members may have from you. And I suspect you'll be speaking about the Leafs, but you're welcome to speak to your accomplished rugby history, which I know well.
It's a small one, that one. Yeah, so I'm Greg Hooker. I'm part of the Regina Rugby Clubhouse Board and the Regina Rugby Union Board. We are in the current process of a lease, a 10-year lease with the city on the grounds. We do own the building ourselves. I guess over the time, the original lease was set up in 1988, and it was a 25-year lease. And I guess at that time, rugby was already had been around since 1967, was the first, or not the first team, but is the oldest team that's still going today. And since then, we've had 6 more, well, probably more than that, but we have 6 teams running, including 2 women's teams. We've also expanded to Regina Minor Rugby, which has been around for 4 or 5 years. longer than that, 10 years. In the last 4 or 5 years during COVID, we've had a little decline in our rugby stuff, but we're in the midst of creating and getting it back on track. One of the things we've done in the lease is we've separated the union from the clubhouse so that we can concentrate more on the rugby on the union side, and the clubhouse can have its own thing. So that's been kind of taken care of in the current draft of the lease. We are like in the past year, we've always done little capital projects throughout the park. We've added bleachers, a playground, and then we've also added the sand volleyball courts. Now, the sand volleyball courts now has probably about 1,000 people a week go through there. The rugby itself, we're in a bit of a decline right now, but through the union, we probably have about 400 to 500 members this year. And yeah, so we're just kind of in the mix of doing. The few concerns that we're having with the lease right now is this will be able to operate without, without too many handcuffs. Part of the lease, there's been an addition added to the lease lately that kind of handcuffs us to a certain point. We're not looking to run a restaurant or anything of that sort. We're just looking to run it a status quo. We know that anybody in the restaurant business knows that the consumers are not spending what they once did, so we have to have ability to kind of expand what we do in order to create enough revenue to keep the clubhouse operating and do the capital projects and all that kind of stuff in future and whatnot. So for now, I guess we are just, that's kind of where we're sitting right now. We've got, so that, I guess that's about where we're at right now. So we're still working on the draft. This is our first step. We kind of learned about this meeting just only on Friday. I was actually in Banff when I learned about it, so we've only had about 24 hours to prepare for this, so here we are. Nathan, our counselor, will be probably answering the questions for the most part.
Sure, okay.
Yeah.
Well, thanks for your presentation, Greg. At this point, there may be some members of council that have questions for you or Nathan online. I see one question here from Councillor Radens. Oh, sorry, from Councillor Zakiniak, rather.
Okay, thank you for coming today. The question that I have is, what's recommended is a lease for 10 years with no option to renew. And so I'm just curious, was that what you requested? Did you only want it for 10 years and no option to renew, or?
No, that actually, that's news to me, I thought.
Okay.
Because I don't know if it had that in the past. Was it the option? I think it's a 10-year lease. So right now, it's been a year's process, but the actual lease came due last April. So we've been kind of working on this for a year. I don't know if that was in previous lease or not.
So what I see is a lease for 10 years in 2014. It doesn't talk about an option to renew or not. So I can clarify that with administration.
I would definitely want to add that to it, for sure.
Okay. Sorry, just to clarify, you would want to add the option to renew?
For sure.
Yeah, okay.
Sorry, this should be up to Nathan, I'm sorry. I just wanted to let him talk. He probably has a better understanding of the lease himself.
No problem. Hello, can you hear me? This is Nathan Skritsuti.
We can.
Perfect. Yeah, so regarding the lease agreement, there should indeed be an option for renewal. The renewal has been delayed this time around. And as I look at, I do understand that the executive committee does not have access to the draft lease as it currently stands, but the intention is that the draft lease does include an option for renewal at the conclusion of that 10 years.
Okay, thank you. We can clarify that with administration. Thank you.
Fantastic, thank you. And if I may take one moment, I just wanted to highlight two final items not covered by Greg. And I just want to highlight that while we are a Regina Rugby Clubhouse, we do provide a service to the greater community through bathrooms and facilities for anyone utilizing that space. Part of the lease does include the requirement that our facilities are made available to anyone utilizing that space. So that would be NFL flag football, ultimate frisbee, soccer sometimes, those other sports also make great use of our facility, and and we continue to operate that facility to the benefit of the greater community and the surrounding area of Regina. So just wanted to highlight those two things as well. But happy to answer any further questions.
Thanks, Nathan. I see Councillor Rasevich.
Through the chair. Hey, Greg. I know we've spoken before, and I think a concern was that you could only use the facility for food or beverage if there was a rugby event or an event on the field. And if that's the case, that would restrict you guys from renting out the rugby clubhouse to any function to create any revenue. And I'm wondering, you mentioned that to me prior, that was in the lease or the contract. I'm wondering, is there a change in that to the benefit where you can actually use that facility, you know, without any event on the field?
Yes, the draft has been changed a bit since then, so we are, there's still a little bit of restrictions, but let maybe Nathan answer, sorry. I know it's directed at me.
No problem. Thank you for your question, Councillor. We have seen some modification regarding the use of the facility. However, it does include some specific language restricting the opportunities of the clubhouse to operate by hosting events, providing food and beverage service on more regular hours. These would be things we consider necessary for the success of the not-for-profit business. There are costs associated with the operation of the clubhouse that can be quite significant, such as the specifics of heating the building throughout the winter, maintaining and upgrading the facility, as well as paying city taxes, and quite specifically of concern is maintaining the sewer line, which has been installed in order to allow those washroom facilities to be used by the community. That is going to be at significant cost to the Regina Rugby Clubhouse, and we need a method of revenue in order to meet those cost demands. So that continues to be a question. However, we have some tentatively agreed on language, but we seek to maintain our right to operate as we have been without being further restricted.
Yeah, thanks for all your contributions to that area. You know, I don't understand why I guess we'll have to ask those questions, why there would be so many restrictions possibly placed on you to generate revenue and to give back to the community, and I mean, all the renovations and all the things that you do in that area. So anyways, thanks for that.
Thank you, Councillor. Just as a follow-up on that, my understanding is that there is some concern on the city side regarding the specific zoning of the area. It's our understanding that it is under a special zone. So that may be where some of the concern is coming from an administration standpoint. But I caution myself to speak further on that, as that has been what we've been provided by the city's councillor at this time.
See Councillor Burton next.
Okay, I was just wondering if you could explain a bit of the more on the reason for the split into the rugby union and the rugby clubhouse. Maybe just describe, is there any kind of cross-pollination if people sit on both boards, and how you see things moving ahead in the future with a relationship between kind of two organizations that are related, but one being responsible for facility, one being responsible for the league, I guess.
Certainly, Councillor. Thank you for your question. Regarding the split between the Regina Rugby Union and the Regina Rugby Clubhouse, one is a sport governance body that's actually overseen by Saskatchewan Rugby, our provincial organization, whereas the other is this clubhouse, which is a unique benefit to the sporting community, Major League Rugby. But the interest in splitting them was that we need to operate those with separate banking, perhaps separate leadership, and separate goals. The goal of the Regina Rugby Union is, of course, the growth and the success of rugby in the southern Saskatchewan region, as well as Saskatchewan as a whole, whereas the Regina Rugby Clubhouse needs to be more focused on the fact that they are a organization that is focused on providing a service not only just to rugby, but to the community surrounding, and therefore it needs to have a more clarified set of goals as well as direction regarding that clubhouse itself specifically. Currently, there is some crossover between who's operating both, as members of the clubhouse are generally the member clubs and individuals of the Regina Rugby Union. However, it does open the door to the possibility of other stakeholders in the clubhouse, be they volleyball, flag football, etc., to become more involved in that clubhouse Clubhouse and have it operate as more of a general sport facility, still the Regina Rugby Clubhouse, but in the support of that goal of supporting all community sports taking place on the adjacent fields.
Okay, thank you. Through the chair, I guess that's an important aspect, is it's not just the rugby that's played there, that there are the volleyball courts adjacent and other sports do take place on the fields that are there. And have you ever had complaints from some of the commercial people or any of the residences nearby about activities at the field, whether they be just big tournaments or my wife and I hosted an event there one time, the problems with parking or any type of thing like that from any of the nearby houses or businesses?
I would turn to local leadership for an answer on that. I was president of the Regina Rugby Union Clubhouse nearly 10 years ago, but during that time we didn't receive any complaints of that nature, but I don't know about more recently.
No, I don't think we have. I know that there is a little bit of an issue with the parking and flag football. There's been a few complaints about that, but that's a huge. I don't know how you'd ever accommodate that. But yeah, for the most part, like it's fairly well separated. We're 150. I'd say 150 yards from the east side from any residential, and probably at least 120 yards away from the north side there.
Perfect.
Yeah, so there's very little, if any, that I know of anyway.
Thank you.
I like that, Don. Seeing no other questions, Greg, I just have one myself. I think you alluded previously to the need to be able to utilize the commercial space, the kitchen space, to drive revenue to take care of your asset, given that you own the building. Historically, there was precedent, is my understanding, so I'm going to be looking for yours, that the rugby club would have first right of refusal for the sport of rugby when there was tournaments taking place or games. Are you satisfied with the existing lease that the rugby players in the league have equitable and adequate access to those fields, given all the wonderful and collaborative work you do with other sports in the city?
Thank you for the question, Mr. Chair. We are frankly not satisfied with the current standing of the lease. There has been a unwillingness to include any language regarding first right of refusal to the fields. This was something that was included in the original 1988 lease, and is something that's very important for the continued success of rugby in the province. We have expanded in the last decade our partnership with several other sporting organizations, and we want to maintain that positive relationship. However, the Regina Rugby Clubhouse is the centerpiece to that, and the sport of rugby, of course, is the goal of the support. And therefore, we are interested. We understand that there may still be existing an internal city policy for first right of refusal based on provide our schedule before January 31st. However, we have yet to receive confirmation of the continuation of that policy, and we have received currently a flat no on including this first right of refusal in the agreement itself.
Thank you. Okay, I don't see any other questions here. So with that, Greg, maybe we'll see if we're a game of buggers, but you can return to the gallery. Thanks for your time today.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, councillors. Have a wonderful rest of your day.
Okay, can I have, we will now consider the item EX25, Regina Rugby Clubhouse Incorporated leases. Can I please have City Manager Nikki Anderson introduce the report?
Good morning, through the chair. When Regina Rugby Park was developed back in 1987, the City of Regina worked with the Regina Rugby Union, Inc. to develop a clubhouse. The clubhouse is owned by the Regina Rugby Union, but located on city-owned property. The existing lease is in overhold. Administration recommends providing a new 10-year lease for the land on which the clubhouse sits. And as we are not publicly advertising the land for lease and the proposed rate is not at market rate, City Council approval is required. And I think I would just end with saying that some of the concerns that I heard from the delegations sound to me like they're warranted. And there may be a recommendation from council to have us bring this back after further conversation with the tenants.
Thank you. Can I have someone move the report? Mayor Brzezinski, any questions from members on the report? Sorry, do you wish to speak to it? Okay.
So I don't know if this is the right time or not, but given what we heard from the delegates and given what I heard from administration, I would move to table this to give administration time to work back with the folks, the rugby club.
Thank you. To the city manager, how much time would you need to address some of these concerns as it relates to lease renewal, as it relates to utilization of those fields, but also I believe the third item was with respect to how the kitchen and facilities are used to derive revenue. How much time do you need, Nikki?
Through the chair, I would say if you give us a month, and I will also follow up with an email to council, just kind of reiterating what we heard today and what we will be going back to have conversations on. I guess I would ask, is there anyone, rugby club, 1 month?
Oh, he hung up.
Through the chair, I'll say 1 month and then beg for an extension if that's not agreeable to the rugby club.
Okay, so tentatively we'll be looking at the 30th then to receive this back. So at this point, to the city. Okay, tabling motion is not debatable. Okay. So we'll have a vote then, right, to the city clerk?
Yes, just let people know that.
Okay, this motion will come back to the executive committee on April 30th. Now we'll call a vote.
Deputy Mayor, the motion passes. Councillor Rashevich, have you voted? Okay. The motion passes 10-0 with all members present voting in favor. And for the record, Councillor Turnbull is absent from today's meeting.
Okay, thank you. At this point, I'd like to call upon Judith Verasek, the Regina Downtown Business Improvement District. Good morning, Judith. I think you know how this works, but please introduce yourself for the record, the organization you're representing, if applicable, and where you live. You'll, as always, have 5 minutes to address the executive committee, after which you'll have the opportunity to respond to any questions that members may have.
This is Judith Verasek, and I'm the Executive Director with the Regina Downtown Business Improvement District. I'm here today, I'm a resident of Regina. I'm here today on behalf of the Regina Downtown Board of Directors to present our proposed budget for 2025. The past 5 years have had an unprecedented impact on downtown Regina and on our members. Our mission is to act on behalf of our members to favorably position downtown as a unique, attractive, and desirable neighborhood for businesses, residents, and visitors. Our organization is needed more than ever to support our members and advocate on their behalf as we continue on the road to recovery. In January 2022, the Regina Downtown Board approved a 3-year strategic plan that recognized the impact of the pandemic, the impact the pandemic has had on our downtown community, and supporting the role of RDBID in its recovery. We'll be undertaking an update to that strategic plan this year. In January 23, the RDBID board approved the Downtown Vision Plan. This 2025 downtown budget is based on the vision for downtown. We respectfully request a mill rate of 0.9258 be approved today. This is a 3% increase over 2024. Our proposed operating budget for 2025 is estimated to be $3,942,014. Of that amount, $1,311,450 would be fully funded by Regina Downtown commercial property owners through the bid levy. The remaining $2,641,200 would be funded through grants and sponsorships. Of this amount, $1,525,000 is confirmed. The remaining 1.1 and change is still to be secured. We will not require any transfers from our capital reserve. Based on our proposed budget, our key 2025 projects will include continued operation of the Regina Street Team, production of the 4th year of Frost at Downtown, which just happened, communications and coordination support for downtown Regina construction projects, completion of the Square, an interim use activation space located at the site of the former Gordon Block, continuation and expansion of our Summer in the Square activation of Pat Fiacco Plaza, continuation and expansion of our cleaning operations with our sweeper and power washer, development of business recruitment and retention programs that reflect the current economic climate, ongoing replacement of seasonal lights, maintain and operate the Downtown Regina Chalet, continuation and expansion of the Downtown Urban Canvas program, and continued production of the City Building Speaker Series. In closing, we respectfully request our mill rate in the amount of 0.9258 for 2025, and that a provision for assessment appeals in the amount of $27,284 be allocated. We also request that the revenue and expenditures outlined in the 2025 budget submission before you be approved. Thank you, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you very much. I'll look to my colleagues to see if there's any questions. I see a few. Judith, thanks for your presentation. Councillor Mazzanelli. Sorry, Councillor Zakidniak, I apologize.
Okay, thanks for being here, Judith. Couple of questions. With the, I would say, overall scaling back of Frost this year, did that result in a more manageable experience for you folks, number one? And as a second part of that question, is that a format you would recommend continuing with? Like, is that working well? Did that work well for you?
Through the chair, thank you for that question. Frost clearly is fresh in our minds, and the hub committee members, so myself, Regina Downtown, Real District, the Provincial Capital Commission, and the Warehouse District, are still in the process of doing our debrief. We believe we'll be able to come back with a recommendation as to how we would like to proceed as the Frost Committee, probably towards the end of April. We definitely did have differences from year 3 to year 4 this year with the scaling back in terms of time frame and the loss of glow, but the introduction of the grind. And these will all come into play in the report that we'll bring back to administration with respect to the future of Frost.
And so that report doesn't come to council, it's just to administration. Okay. And then there's a part of your report that I just wanted you to give some further information on. So there's an other funding section, and it says RDBIT is not anticipating revenue from other funding sources, including mobile food vendors, asset rental fees, et cetera, in 2025. So that made me wonder, so is this something you normally receive, other funding revenue, and you're just not this year? Or if you could just clarify that a bit further.
That's a great question. Through the chair, typically our other funding sources are, that's where we'll kind of put in things like reimbursements from other organizations that we might have paid out for. You're right, mobile food vendor permit fees go in there. Sometimes we rent assets to other organizations, things like tables, chairs for different events that might happen in the park and plaza. What we found is that that funding source is usually very nominal. So putting it into the budget as a revenue stream didn't really make any sense since it fluctuates so greatly depending on which year and what's happening. So we don't put it in there just to, basically when it does come in, then it just is gravy at the end of the day. And if we realize surplus at the end of the year, it goes into our capital reserve or unappropriated surplus pots.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor. Go to Councillor Burton.
Thank you. Through the chair, Ms. Fursick, good presentation. Question about the boundaries of the RD bid there, that it shows basically extending down to about 13th Avenue and then a corridor going down Broad Street. And I was just wondering about the areas kind of south of 13th, west of Rose onto Broad. Is that considered part of Cathedral? There's a lot more residential, but there are a fair number of businesses in there that I personally consider part of downtown and actually patronize quite regularly. And I was just wondering, is that a hole between Cathedral and RD Bid, or how would you characterize that? And is there value that you provide maybe some businesses within that area?
Through the chair, that's a great question, and I'll put on the history buff hat. Just shows how long I've been around. So probably about 10 years ago, we had conversations with some of the businesses on 13th Avenue in Cathedral. They were exploring the opportunity to form a bid of their own. At the time, we did the financial assessment of the commercial properties along Albert in particular, and what we decided was that if the Cathedral was going to form a bid, they would take that area as part of their catchment area. So we did not purposely expand to have like another dogleg down Albert because we were leaving it for Cathedral. We did explore the center square area, so the, I guess the hole in the donut, if you will. At the time, looking at the levy capture for the properties within that space, the cost to service that area would far exceed the levy capture. So it was a financial decision on behalf of my board that they decided not to expand into that area. I understand now that there is, I guess, a more active downtown community association that is kind of corralling some of the folks in that area. We would be open to working with them on things that would benefit both of our organizations. And, you know, our boards also change, and different things happen that perhaps exploration into bid expansion in this area could occur again in the future.
Okay. So yes, through the chair, I guess, you know, I understand, and maybe around Cathedral there might be a different purpose and strategic direction they might want to take along 13th Avenue, maybe there. I guess, you know, my thought would be is just to ask you that you explore those opportunities perhaps in the donut hole, and see if that might work in the future. And I would not tell you, suggest that I could tell you if it's better or not that they've included, but just simply to explore that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Burton. And just for some context for yourself, there are ongoing conversations in the Cathedral about the formation of a Cathedral Business Improvement District led by former Councillor Stevens. One of the unique characteristics there is there's a lot of smaller businesses, so significant work is actually underway in that respect. I recognize Councillor Flores.
Thank you. Good morning. Hi, Judith. Through the chair, in the report you mentioned that a significant part of your budget will come from grants and sponsorships. Could you share a little bit more about where they come from, and are there any contingency plans if those fall through, or do we anticipate that these are secure already, or are we just hoping that we're going to secure these?
Through the chair, that's a great question. And the typical grants that we receive, I think I mentioned we have 1.5 is confirmed already. A lot of that is associated with the Regina Street team, things that have been confirmed in past years or continuation of funding. The remaining 1.16 million that is identified as still to be secured, I just got off a phone call this morning saying it's secured. So more information will be announced in the coming weeks, hopefully. I don't have a signed contract, but I have a verbal agreement that contract's coming today. So I would say close to $900,000 will be secured on that end, and the rest would be sponsorships that we're looking for our other initiatives. So we try to be very conservative with respect to our projections on revenue. When we put together this budget, it was back in November, we had a lot of assurance that things were looking very positively on our grant application. It just took a little longer to kind of come through, but we're going to be very happy to officially announce that in the coming weeks. So yeah, very happy.
That's great news. Thanks, Judith. That's it for me.
Okay, I see Councillor Rasevich.
Sure. Yeah, just through the chairs, that's funny. You brought up that Downtown Community Association, so Councillor Fro and myself were there last night for their meeting, so it sounds that they had quite a few people, and it sounds like they kind of want to get pretty active, so hopefully, I guess you guys will be working together. I would hope so.
Through the chair, I have a number of staff members who are downtown residents that do try to attend as residents. They do bring information back to us, and I think moving forward, we'll probably start trying to arrange more formal meetings where we can exchange information and try to find those common threads that we can work together on. My understanding was their organization became more formalized towards the end of last year, so I think October, November-ish. So yeah, when that was happening, we're in the throes of planning for frost, and things just kind of got busy. So now that we're in downtime, we can reach out again.
I guess one of the things they brought up last night, they brought up a couple things like the farmers market. A lot, I'm sure you've heard this a lot, but they brought it up saying, they'd like to try to get it back, but I guess that's out at Real because of other circumstances. But
Just Councillor, just remind you to phrase as a question, please.
yeah, so yeah, I'll ask the question. Any chance that that farmers market could come back on a Saturday?
Well, through the chair, I can't speak for the farmers market. I can speak for my organization, and I know that has also been flagged as something that needs some attention. Between the farmers market being half-time at Real and then the Wednesdays being downtown. Yesterday's unfortunate announcement about the Folk Festival. We're very concerned about the loss of these signature events and gathering type activations in our downtown. And that's something that we're putting together a strategy to address. We're reaching out to our community partners, whether or not we're able to retrieve or attract these previous events back downtown, or identifying other events that might be good fits, or starting new events. I think those are things that are all on the table, and those are things that our board will have to consider as they will require resources given to it. Yeah.
Just last thing, it's interesting because they said there's 4,500 people that live in the Downtown Community Association in that area. So there's like 4,500, and I kind of mentioned to them, like, if there's an event, and if they're a part of it working with you, I said to them, I said, like whether it's say a Live After 5 downtown, on a Thursday, and you get 1,000 people in that area, that creates a buzz for the city. Right? So, I think there's a great opportunity for you guys to work together.
Well, I'm going to write down Alive After 5.
Well, Idaho Falls does it.
Okay.
Okay. Thanks, Councillor. Seeing no other questions, Judith, I just have one myself. Heard extensively from residents and downtown businesses of the the success and appreciation of the street team, and I think we also know they're stretched quite thin. So the question to you is, has there been any costing or analysis done as to what it would look like to provide some evening hours for the street team? I myself have had many requests and questions looking for evening support. So I'm wondering if you've done any work to ascertain what that might look like, even a scaled down version. Understanding, sorry, that flows through CSIR, but they are, of course, city dollars.
Through the chair, I think that's a great question, and that's something that we've set as a stretch goal for the team. And you're right, unfortunately, the need hasn't abated over the years. The situation is that the street team is probably even more needed now than they were when we first started them. That being said, we're always looking at efficiencies and ways to extend hours of operation, and costing that out is something that the team is doing as we speak. I think high level, I'd say between $500,000 and $1 million to do it correctly and safely.
Okay, thank you. And is it your estimation that if those resources were available, either funded by the private sector or in partnership with the city, that may help alleviate some of the real or perceived concerns of folks coming to the downtown to shop and eat in the evening time?
Well, through the chair, certainly that would be a desired end goal. But at the same time, I'm not a fortune teller. Like, I'm hoping that any additional eyes, any additional feet downtown is good. So creating that perception of safety, it being safe, I think, yes, the outreach team is doing their part, but RPS through the alternate response officer program, that's been tremendous. We've gotten a lot of wonderful feedback from the businesses on the success of that program. That being said, ARO was launched in October, and we're in a very cold spell. So we're coming up on to like our springtime, when we're going to start seeing more folks out on the street. So we're organizing meetings right now with RST and ARO to talk about what spring summer is going to look like, and hopefully we'll be able to talk about what expanded hours look like and what that impact is on the team.
Okay. Thank you, Judith. I don't see any other questions at this point. I'll ask you to return to your chair, and thank you for your presentation. So we will now consider item EX 2522, the Regina Downtown, oh, sorry, I've skipped ahead. Yeah, no, the Regina Downtown Business Improvement District. So I'll ask that City Manager Nikki Anderson please introduce the report.
Thank you. Through the chair. The City of Regina works with the service partners, including the Regina Downtown Business Improvement District. You've heard a presentation from the organization detailing their 2025 business plan and mill rate request. The deliberation and approval of the RD Bid's annual levy or charge on all land and improvements used or intended to be used for business purposes and located within the Regina Downtown District. The RD Bid has requested a mill rate which represents approximately a 3% increase over the 2024 levy. Thank you.
Okay. May I please have someone move this report? Councillor Mazzanelli, do you wish to speak to the report, Councillor?
Sure. As council member sitting on our Regina Downtown Business Improvement District, I just want to say that I've been very impressed with the organization, how they've approached the challenges within the downtown, trying to find positive plans. The skills brought to the board are vast and exceptional. Their organization, how they vet this budget, how they vet the membership is first class. So I have faith in this budget, and I encourage you to as well.
Thank you, Councillor. Are there any questions from other members on this report? Okay, seeing none, I'll look to Councillor Mazzanelli to ask if there's anything else you wish to add. Okay. At this point, I'll ask that the clerk start the vote.
Deputy Mayor, the motion passes 10-0 with all members present voting in favor.
Thank you. At this point, I'd like to call upon Delegation Lance Donison, Charmaine Stiles, and Jeff Boudelier. Please feel free to come forward. Thank you, everybody, and maybe first, Lance, to you from my council colleagues. Congratulations on your new role. I'm sure the data will be well served by your leadership. So I'll ask your group to please introduce yourself for the record, the organization clearly that you're representing, and where you live. You'll have 5 minutes to address us here at Executive Committee, after which you'll have an opportunity to respond to any questions that members may have.
Thank you and good morning, Council. I'm Lance Donison. I'm the new Executive Director for the Regina Warehouse Business Improvement District.
Jeff Boudelier, the Chair of the Warehouse Business Improvement District.
Good morning, Charmaine Stiles. I am the Finance and Audit Committee Chair of the Warehouse District, and I have a business in the district.
So with that, good morning, Council. Thanks for having us here today. We're here to present our budget. Obviously, I'm here with our Chair, Jeff Boudelier, and our Finance Chair, Charmaine Stiles. Together, we're committed to making the Warehouse District a vibrant hub for business and community, and I thank you for your time this morning. Our budget is balanced with no additional tax burden. Any extra revenue that should appear is being allocated to reserves to ensure long-term financial stability for the Warehouse District. In 2025, we want to focus on key priorities, mostly pushing forward the Dudney Avenue project, implementing our vision plan, and making interim use of the yards. These initiatives will strengthen advocacy efforts and attract investment. With $30 million already invested in Dudney, securing funding for the vision plan, we believe is critical. And with that, I'll pass it over to my Chair.
Thanks, Lance, and thanks for the opportunity to appear before you this morning. On a personal note, it's a special treat to appear before Councillors Furrow and Flores in their official capacity for the first time. I thought it was important to come here today and just animate a little bit about what our organization does and how thin the resources we do those things on truly are. I appreciated Ms. Verisuk's comments about the difficulty that the board had at the downtown in coming to offering to service additional area within the city centre, because the levy intake wasn't sufficient to compensate for the services that were provided. And I'd just like to point out that our organization, because the nature of our building stock is so much different than that in the downtown, and our tax base is so much smaller, that despite those challenges, our area is equally as vast and possibly more diversified in terms of the interests that we need to serve in that area. And so what ends up happening is our budget is largely a rounding error in the context of the overall city finances. In fact, one could argue it's almost a rounding error in the context of the Downtown Business Improvement District's resources. I don't say that in an effort to try to support an ask for additional money. In fact, we are very proud that we don't feel that there's justification to ask you for an additional mill rate this year, and we prepared our budget with great caution and an understanding of the financial situation and the challenges that you folks face in deliberating this year's budget. So we wanted to, be a partner in that work. One of the interesting things about our district, however, is that we really stand at the doorstep of most of the most compelling economic opportunities that we see in our city. If you look at the city right now, we see ourselves as an incubator, a place where economic development can occur and businesses can grow that, if properly nurtured, can become the types of businesses that eventually graduate and occupy a floor in one of our towers downtown. And we see our district as playing a very important role in our community, given the unique nature of our building stock, the interest that many of our smaller, more dynamic upstart companies, new investors are looking for. We have what they're looking for. And we see our role as helping you folks make great decisions around policy and regulation to create the conditions for those sorts of things to take place. And working with administration, we've recently had many great successes in terms of adjusting our approach to zoning and some of the encumbrances that were preventing that sort of activity from taking place. So we've had some successes. So all that's to say that for a very small budget, we like to think we punch well above our weight. The challenge is you folks have made a massive investment, the city has made a massive investment, a wise investment in the Dudney Avenue corridor, that revitalization project. Obviously with that project comes not only a better roadway surface and some beautification and improvement, but significant infrastructure improvement as well, which significantly improves one of the legs of the economic development stool that was an encumbrances to further growth in our area. We naturally have pivoted our organization to focus nearly exclusively on activating the potential positive effect of that investment and really seizing the development potential that comes along with an investment, a generational investment of that nature. And to support that effort, we had sought some specific project dollars. You'll know if you look back on our history that we generally don't look for operating money unless we absolutely need it on a sustained basis. We prefer to come to you folks with a great idea and seek dispensation to have some additional funding for a project. We had a recommendation from a previous council to be supportive of the inclusion of $200,000 to support our vision plan implementation in 2025, which has been recommended to be tabled. I don't think there's much I can say today that's going to change the outcome
Jeff,
of that.
I'm sorry to interrupt. You're just a little bit over time. I'll ask you to wrap it up, but I'm certain folks will have questions perhaps.
Yes,
for that specific
30
topic.
seconds,
About 30
Councillor Fro,
seconds.
thank you. The issue with shelving that money is that it robs us of some of the resources that are necessary to do the important work of making good on the promise of those investments. And so while we might not receive them this year, we felt it was important to animate for you folks why it's so important that that work be resourced in years to come so that we can really actually see those tangible benefits from that investment as opposed to just hoping it would take place. So thank you.
Thanks, Jeff. Okay, I see Councillor Burton.
Thank you, through the chair. So Dudney Avenue is nearing the end, but still not there. I'm just wondering how you could describe the impact on your businesses during construction and just the fact that we're not quite done yet, that things are still in loose ends to be cleaned up still.
Through the chair, thank you for the question. We have another year on the project, so it's going to be significant. It's been a disruption to our businesses. I think, I don't want to speak for all of the businesses because they've had a mixed experience, but they are so convinced of the impact that this is going to have on the positive side once it's complete that they've been very, very collaborative and very supportive of living through the pain that they're experiencing right now. If anybody's driven down Dudney on one of our melt days recently, you'll see that that's been pretty apocalyptic. Fortunately, people have been out and very attentive to getting that regraded as fast as possible, and we recognize that there's only so much you can do with these environmental conditions. That does really affect our businesses, though. The city's been quite responsive in helping us with signage and other access. I think there's always more that can be done. The trick is really going to be, from my perspective, making sure that the positive impact that we keep telling those businesses rest at the end of the tunnel come to pass. And it is important that there are resources available to make sure that the right work can be done to have those things take place. So we're cautiously optimistic, but long road ahead.
So through the chair, I know somebody who ran on longer construction hours. And would it be fair to suggest that you might support such a change to reduce the cycle time to complete such a major project? Might I be so bold?
Through the chair, far be it for me to comment on how we should run construction projects, although anything that could attenuate the impact to our businesses and accelerate construction is obviously something that on this project we'd be supportive of. I would like to say that the contractor on this project has been quite responsive with respect to ideas and coming forward with ways of getting things done in a less disruptive way. So I'm supportive of what you just said through the chair, but I also want to shout out our construction partners have been pretty responsive on this project.
Yeah, I'd additionally like to add that I sat through 2 days of consultations with the businesses and with the city and with our construction partner, and I think there is a significant plan in place to increase in speed the time to get this project done, and I think they've increased their capacity, and we're looking forward to seeing things moving along a little quicker than it has.
Through the chair, it's reassuring to hear some good news stuff as people, do work through a difficult situation, but there has been some successes and some reassurances, and people are, understanding and willing to take some of the medicine to get to the end goal. So, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Flores.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. Warehouse is one of my favorite spots in Ward 6, so happy to be a councillor there. Through the chair, you mentioned and talked about Warehouse being kind of this place that is an incubator for businesses that would potentially grow to be economic drivers in our city. So with that in mind, could you talk about any specific initiatives or strategies that you have for this year to attract new businesses and investment or keep fostering those businesses in the Warehouse District, particularly considering the construction on Dudney and how that's impacting the existing businesses there?
Thank you for your question. Through the chair, the Warehouse Business Improvement District Vision Plan lays out what I think is a really compelling and clear approach to how we will do just that. In previous iterations of sort of community building and city building, there's this peril, this trap that one often falls into of trying to spread yourself too thin and do too much, and ultimately you don't really affect much of an outcome. What our vision plan looks at doing is we try to sort of control investment and effort in specific economic corridors within the area, focusing principally on Dudney Avenue and the spoke streets heading northward radiating from Dudney Avenue, particularly Hamilton. We're looking at places where private investment has already occurred, where with the right conditions, additional private investment could connect other investments and create a more walkable, a more active, a more economically vibrant area that also supports our goal of being a great community for residents to live in. So our work is primarily focused on delivering on that vision plan within those specific corridors. I'd also just like to point out that the unique nature of our building stock, I mean, there's no better way to put it other than the fact that we have cool brick buildings that, interesting residents want to occupy, interesting businesses want to occupy. A lot of times there are some specific challenges in terms of getting those buildings to code or addressing zoning issues where previous light industrial use zoning prevented or precluded some office use, et cetera. There's been a lot of progress made on those fronts, but we've seen folks announcing new mixed-use developments in these old buildings, and they're seeing strong demand from potential tenants. And so it's a different economic situation, and it's quite different than some of the challenges with respect to vacancy and interest we see in other parts of the city. And so we look at it as this is the place where we're not fighting headwinds. We have to take advantage of material, real opportunities that are in front of us, and that's what we aim to do.
Great. Just one more thing regarding the yards. Are there any placemaking opportunities, or what are the plans for this year?
Yes, through the chair, another great question. We do have some funding specifically allocated from the city to do interim use activation of the yards. As you'll appreciate, we're trying to be very judicious about when we launch those efforts, given we don't want to launch them when Dudney's in the condition it's in. We want to make sure that when people come, even to experience that site in an interim basis, that they have a great experience that really animates for them what the finished product is going to look like. So we're working with our friends at City Administration and obviously our construction partners to try to figure out and get that right. That also governs to some extent the nature of the interim activations that we'll be able to perform on the site. Why is that the case? Some of that site still needs to be used for construction set-down purposes. The location of that particular use will move around as construction progresses. So, there's a bit of orchestration. So we look forward to sharing more about that. We do have some resources, but yes, plans are in the works.
All right, thank you, that's all for me.
Okay, thank you for addressing Executive Committee, everybody. You can now return to the gallery. Seeing no other questions. Oh, sorry. Is there another question? No, I see. Sorry, Jeff.
Oh.
I inadvertently, but not on purpose, neglected George. Go ahead.
Thank you. Through the chair. Hey, warehouse team. This one's for Charmaine. Could you just tell me what the $86,500 for interim use of the yards implementation means?
Sorry, you're looking at the budget?
Yeah.
and-
2025 budget, page 6.
And was that the revenue section?
It's under advocacy and fostering investment. Interim use of the yards implementation, 86,479.
Okay.
Under expenses,
So, through the chair, we received designated funding for events in the yards. So we have projects, some of the projects that the chair may have hinted at. We have projects to bring people to the yards, and that is earmarked money.
okay, it's not a rent being charged by the city or anything?
No,
No,
that's money that we get specifically for bringing people to the yards for events. So it's
Gotcha.
money in, money out that is earmarked.
Got it, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Siklis. At this point, seeing no other questions, at this point you can return to the gallery. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, council.
Thank you.
So we will now consider item EX 2523, 2025 budget, the Warehouse Business Improvement District. Can I please have City Manager Nikki Anderson introduce the report?
Thank you. Through the chair, the City of Regina works with service partners, including the Regina's Warehouse Business Improvement District. You have heard a presentation from the organization detailing their 2025 business plans and their mill rate request. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I have someone move this report? Councillor Rasevich, do you wish to speak to it? Okay. Any questions from any members on this report for administration? Seeing none, I'll ask the clerk to start the vote. Oh, I apologize. I see Councillor Siklis.
Hi, thank you, through the chair. I want to try and understand the $200,000 piece that we were just made aware of. Can you give us a little light on that, please?
Thank you, through the chair. So last year, council recommended that $200,000 be considered in the 2025 budget for the warehouse bid. So as administration and as we've spoken about before, the only thing that we put into our budget was maintaining service levels or things like the dedicated mill rate increases. So when we have the budget deliberations, I will be highlighting that council wanted to discuss an additional $200,000 for the bid. If I remember correctly, it was a one-time. It was for things like parking study, I think a pedestrian count, some activation. And so that will come up. But as all of you are getting ready for budget next week, that is one of the things that is not included in the current proposed budget that you may want to consider. And I would recommend, if you want further detail about exactly how that $200,000 would be used, that you connect with the bid, and they'll be able to more explicitly say what that money would be used for.
Great, thank you.
Thanks.
Mayor Brzezinski?
Thank you, through the chair. My colleague touched on it earlier, but just wondering if we did have any update on timing or plans to help with the timing of construction on Dooney.
Mr. Doney?
Through the chair, thanks for the question. So as you heard, there's been lots of collaboration with ourselves, the contractor, and the warehouse bid, and we are planning to begin construction as weather allows, so hoping for April 1st, and working to get that construction done in 2025. So we worked with the businesses to see how important it was for them to get construction done this year, or would they be willing to extend it into 2026. We heard clearly that they wanted to get it done in 2025. So we're putting all the resources we can to do that. The only thing that we don't control right now is the weather. So it'll be dependent on the weather, of course, in this construction season, but we're doing everything to meet those deadlines.
Awesome, thank you. I'll look to make a motion for the weather. Thank you.
Okay. And I want to make sure I don't cut off any of my colleagues again inadvertently. Okay, Councillor Mazzanelli, apologize. Go ahead, Councillor.
No problem, this time is me. Through the chair, the city manager's previous comments on the 200,000 ask, just trying to understand the staging of that in terms of the construction on Dudney and the alteration to, I believe it's 8th Avenue for traffic patterns. That would probably be a smarter spend after all the construction's done for all the studying that needs to be done because it's too much altered this year, correct?
Through the chair, again, I would say if that's the intent of it, yes, but I would absolutely connect with the bid itself for details on exactly what that spend would be for.
Okay, just wanted to, you
Yes,
kind of referenced
but
some studying.
timing is right
Gotcha.
for that, yes.
Thank you.
At this point, truly, I see no lights blinking. Thank you to the city clerk. Councillor Rasevich, anything further to add? Okay, seeing that, I will ask the clerk to start the vote.
Deputy Mayor, the motion passes 10-0.
Thank you. At this point, I'd like to call upon Delegation Kyle Zimmer. Thank you for coming this morning, Kyle. At this point, I'd like you to please introduce yourself for the record, the organization you're representing, if any, and where you live. You'll have 5 minutes to address us here at Executive Committee, after which you'll likely have an opportunity to respond to any questions that members may have for you. Please go ahead.
Good morning. My name is Kyle Zimmer. I'm on behalf of Regina Auto Racing Club, also known as Kings Park Speedway, and I'm a resident of Regina, Saskatchewan. At Kings Park Speedway, our mission is to create a top-tier motorsport and entertainment facility that showcases the incredible talent of our participants. We are committed to delivering an exciting and unforgettable experience for our fans, sponsors, partners, while fostering a community where motorsports can thrive. We are very involved in the community each season. We dedicate donations and volunteers around Regina, playing a vital role in creating an exceptional experience for both the fans and participants. Their commitment and enthusiasm helps make Kings Park Speedway a welcome and community-driven venue. We were working close with Hope's Homes last year. They graciously volunteered their time, which definitely helps out because we do thrive on a lot of volunteer work. We also gave some money to some of the schools for Christmas, as well as some of the other opportunities. This year we are placing greater focus on the youth and engagement by working with organizations like Rainbow Youth and Street Culture to provide opportunities for the youth and resources therefore. This year we are actively exploring partnerships with Regina Police Service and SGI to promote safe driving practices and strengthen community engagement. By collaborating with these organizations, we aim to educate drivers, enhance road safety awareness, and provide valuable hands-on learning experiences. In 2024, SGI utilized our track to teach safe driving, and we look forward to expanding on those initiatives. Through these partnerships, we hope to create a safer driving culture both on and off the track. Additionally, we are looking to enhance our track and facility through renovations and additional paving to create more space and opportunity for car groups and other organizations to utilize Kings Park Speedway. These upgrades will provide a safe and controlled environment where enthusiasts can enjoy their vehicles, whether through racing, stunting, or other activities. Our goal is to redirect street racing and stunting from public roads to a safe, controlled track environment, providing enthusiasts with designated space to push their limits responsibly. By doing so, we aim to enhance safety, reduce illegal street racing and stunting while building a stronger, more responsible motorsports community. By strengthening our partnerships and investing in the facility, we will continue to provide a thrilling yet safe motorsport experience for everyone to enjoy. As our fan base grows, we are excited for the future and look forward to an incredible 2025 season. And we are also, we are a motorsports-based park, but we also are renting out to other organizations as well. So we're definitely looking at expanding the use of the facility. Thank you.
Do any council members have questions at this time? I see several. I'll start off with Councillor Burton.
Thank you, through the chair. How have you emerged from COVID as an organization? Many things were shut down. Are you growing? Are you struggling? How would you describe the environment out at Kings Park?
Through the chair, we kind of had I would say a year low, and then since, I would say 2022, since then we've grown. I mean, last year was one of our bigger years, so we can definitely see the growth. So it was kind of a bump in the road, but it's only growing from there.
Through the chair, what is the relationship with the motorcycle course that's nearby?
We work well with them because there is also the go-kart track as well out there. So there's the 3 parks. We kind of work hand in hand. There's no real issues that way. So.
Okay. And you, through the chair, you did mention some programs working police and various things. Do you have any programs that work with the high schools that might encourage new participants through shop class to build a car? Maybe some kids might be able to race in a high school race or various things like that to improve participation and traction to your sport.
Through the chair, currently we have not, but that is definitely something that we want to do. We want to work a lot with the youth and try and get people to the track. A lot of people think it's really, really expensive, and it can be at some points, but there is also an entry level to it where it is very inexpensive. And that being said, we can kind of work with the schools to get them to work with us at that point. So.
Last question through the chair. Are you bringing back the Enduro sometime?
We would love to. The issue with the Enduro is the cost of the vehicles. We do have a Run Your Junk race, which is similar as the Enduro, just a little bit less of a cost. So you definitely, if you haven't checked that out, you should check that out.
Through the chair, my kids enjoyed that by far the best. The crashes and the carnage was a great attraction.
Yep.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, I see Councillor Seekleys.
Hi, thank you. Through the chair. Hi, Kyle.
Hello.
Big race car fan here. Love to see the group of us out there competing against each other one day for fun. I have more of a technical question. How come you're set up as a non-profit instead of a for-profit company?
That I don't think I can answer that perfectly. I'm a new executive this year. Since I've been involved with Kings Park Speedway, they've always been non-profit. So I can't really answer that for you, but I think a lot of it is, everything we do, we give back to the community, we donate, we do all that kind of stuff. So as far as I'm aware, it's always been dealt that way. I'm not really sure.
Yeah, it's okay to make money.
Yeah.
I know we're in Regina and we give a lot away, but it's okay to make money too.
Yeah.
So there must be a reason. Maybe we can talk offline.
For sure,
Figure that out.
Thanks,
pal. Thank you.
Councillor Zakuniak.
Thanks for coming. I just wanted to ask about some of the infrastructure that's been built and installed by you folks out there. Can you just give me an idea of what improvements or what things you put on the site?
So a lot of stuff has been there for years. We're more or less doing renovations, like rebuilding the bleachers. Our tower, we did a bunch of renovations for, and then like drainage and everything like that. We have upgraded all that stuff. Now going forward, we're still looking to renovate more of the venue. We're getting close with a couple more bleachers that need to be replaced, and then hopefully some additional pavement so that we can bring other organizations to use the track as well.
Okay, I've actually never been out there.
Okay.
I'm sorry to say.
Nope.
I will come. But, so you have bleachers, a tower. Is there more than one track?
Through the chair, there's only one track right now. We do have quite a big facility, but as a pavement, there's only the one track. And then, like you said, we have the bleachers. Offhand, I can't remember exactly how many, but, and then we have the tower, and then we have also a viewing stand and stuff like that, so.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
No problem.
Councillor Flores.
Thank you. Through the chair, hello.
Hello.
All right, so something you mentioned is really interesting to me in terms of encouraging people to go to your track rather than street racing.
Correct.
And I live by Wascana Park, and in the summer, I am up late listening to the races. So could you talk a little bit more about how you planned to encourage that, given that I don't know if these people are either aware or know that they could go there. You mentioned some partnerships with different community groups or places like SGI. Is there a kind of overall plan and strategy specific to that, or is that more of like, we hope that this could happen as a result of having this space?
Through the chair. So because I'm new for the executive this year, that's kind of my goal. I'm quite involved in the vehicle and car community that way. A lot of the past executors were a little bit older, so they were kind of out of that world. So that's kind of my way of giving back, is to really push it towards the track. As well as I know, because I've been involved in the track for quite a long time, not as an executor, just as a member, you know, the lack of certain pavement or skid pad or anything like that people can go out there and enjoy has kind of been our Achilles heel a little bit. So we're kind of pushing towards that, but also, you know, I plan to go to a lot of these car meets and a lot of that stuff to try and push people and get the involvement to the track instead of off the streets, because obviously that is an issue that we want to get taken care of and try and help with.
Great, sounds great. Thanks so much. That's all for me.
Mayor Brzezinski.
Hey Kyle, how's it going?
Good, yourself?
Through the chair. So with the closure of Three Flags out in Lumsden a few years ago, have you guys had any discussion about like a vision for taking on some of the autocross racing that was going on before?
Through the chair, that is another thing we're looking for this year. I'm pushing towards that. I have been in discussion with the autocross because they actually have nowhere to go anymore. You know, they were in the Real District. You know, they got kicked out for whatever reasons like that. So they really have nowhere to go anymore. So that's another reason why we want to upgrade the track, to get some more courses and stuff like that to help with them. But I am looking to get them involved this year.
Awesome. Thanks, man.
Okay, seeing no other questions, I'll thank you for your presentation today. Thanks for coming.
Thank you.
We will now consider item EX 2525, the Regina Auto Racing Club lease. Can I have City Manager Nikki Anderson introduce the report?
Through the chair, the city leases land to the Regina Auto Racing Club at Kings Park Speedway. The area has been leased to the club since 1962, when former Mayor Henry Baker announced the construction of the new speedway. The speedway was opened in 1967 and has received multiple upgrades from the Regina Auto Racing Club, some with the assistance of grants from the City of Regina. Their current lease expires on April 14th, 2025, and administration recommends renewing the lease for a 10-year term. As this is a direct lease without a public offering, City Council approval is required. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Anderson. Can I have someone move this report? Councilor Mazzanelli, do you wish to speak to the report? Just turn on your mic if you don't mind. Thank you.
Thank you. Just wanted to speak in favor of this much-needed asset in our city. Being a car guy, I know the need to sometimes put your foot down, and I think that's a great outlet, especially in trying to train our younger generation on respectful use of our streets. I love to hear the advocacy, very supportive of it. I do have, I don't know how to phrase this properly. I do not want to be a white man correcting the Indigenous portion of a report, but I think it concerns this lease. With the activation of the new Indigenous ceremonial site, being a neighbor to Kings Park Speedway, sitting on council when that was brought before council for the first time, I asked carefully to make sure there was no infringement between the two organizations when we were giving approval for that Indigenous site to be set up. And the elder was very gracious and assured that there was no crossover problems between having a racetrack and Indigenous ceremonial site in proximity to each other. I'm kind of looking at what the different parts of a report are supposed to be for. They appear in every report. Sometimes you just have the same words over and over. I suspect that maybe a good use of the Indigenous impact would be going over that information that was supplied when that was put together to make sure people in the future know that this was considered when that land was put to use in that way, and that the neighbors were cooperative in setting it to use, just in case there's ever a complaint or a problem in the future, so we know that it was intended with that cooperation going out. Through the chair, that's a big statement, but it's intended as a question because I don't think I should correct an Indigenous impact statement. So I put the question out. Maybe someone can answer that and correct it and do it the right way. I'll stop rambling now.
Thank you, Councillor Mazzanelli. Ms. Anderson, do you want to speak to that?
Through the chair, I'm not sure who in administration can speak to the conversations had with Indigenous communities. If you're asking for the report to be updated with that information, then I think I would ask, I see the city clerk shaking his head, but I believe it's a process question more than anything else. So I am going to ask the city clerk to talk to that.
Thanks. We'll ask the city clerk to speak to that.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Once a report is presented and submitted to council on the agenda, there's no change to it. I think it's fair, Councillor Mancinelli. I think your point is well taken. I'm sure that admin will ensure that in those instances when there has been a particular reference to something impacting the Indigenous relations, that it'll be noted in the future. I mean, that is, it's a relatively new thing that we've put in. I think we're learning. I think it's been noted. We just don't have a procedure by way we will change the report.
Appreciate it. I was trying to pay attention on information gathering and putting forward in some of the different non-colonial concepts. So I'm trying to practice what I've read and make sure it's put together in a positive go-forward manner. And that's what I'm doing right now. So thank you. That's all I have to comment.
Thank you, Councillor. Any other questions from councillors for administration? I don't see any. Councillor Mazzanelli, do you wish to close? Saying that, I will ask the clerk to start the vote.
Deputy Mayor, the motion passes 10-0.
Thank you. We're just a couple of minutes away from our mandated 15-minute break, so I'm going to suggest that we take that now rather than starting and stopping for our next delegation. So we will adjourn and reconvene in 15 minutes. Okay, I'll ask that everyone take their seats, please. We're ready to start. Okay, thank you. At this point, assuming councilors are in their chairs and we have quorum, which we do, I would like to call upon delegation Jeff Campbell, Michael Mattern, and Curtis West. If you're here. You sure can. They're individuals. I apologize. You have to forgive me. This is my first time chairing executive committee, or don't forgive me, but that's an excuse. So first I'll call upon Jeff Campbell. Thank you. No, that's my fault. Thanks. Thank you, Jeff. So I'll ask that you please introduce yourself for the record, the organization you're representing, if applicable, and where you live. You'll have 5 minutes to address us here at Executive Committee, after which you'll have an opportunity to respond to any questions if there are some. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Jeff Campbell. I'm the president of the Canadian Condominium Institute for Southern Saskatchewan. We represent condominiums throughout southern Saskatchewan. I actually reside in Regina, and I actually live in a condominium. So I'm here today because of the report that's coming out. First and foremost, I want to thank, through the chair, everybody here for allowing us to attend. I know that a lot of the councils here ran on affordability, and what I'm about to talk about is not affordable. So we have 927 condominium owners, which make up between 10 to 14 condominium corporations, not associations, but corporations, which is mandated by the province, no different than city council. And we've had meaningful consultation with administration. However, the 927 condominiums 3 years ago were designated as being designated, not non-designated, which is commercial, industrial, rental units, those kind of things. Being now non-designated, the cost of garbage, recycle, and food waste hasn't been added into this yet, just to let you know, between 10 condominiums, possibly 14, the extra expenditure they've spent is over $500,000. And that's in 3 years. That's to pick up garbage and recycle. The problem is that each one of these condominiums, and the majority of them, are called bare land condos. They own the property, they own the building, they own the land. I'm trying to make a wrong that happened on the last previous council right again. There is an early adopter program within this that we would like to look at, because it's not until 2027. So in 2027, those costs are going to escalate even higher for those condominiums. What we'd like to do is have a motion from somebody to have an early adopter program, capping it at $500,000, because I don't even think it's going to cost that. Those are estimated costs for the infrastructure, for them to be able to have their garbage, recycling, and food waste picked up. Now, we're staying neutral on the report on what you decide to do, but what we're looking at is we have almost 70% of those 927 condominiums are senior citizens. I have been informed by about 18 senior citizens who have actually got their condos or have sold their condos because they can no longer afford it. Your condo fees have gone from $230 to $250 up to over $500. Some of them are close to $600 and $700 per month. And the reason being is because the cost added between $400 and $500 per year per unit for garbage and just recycle. You have to also consider the fact that when you add the food waste into it, that's going to rise. So if you're talking about affordability, this is not affordable. It's affecting sales on condos, it's lowering the value of the condos, and I cannot consciously do this to senior citizens. We have some veterans in there as well. But as for the report, we would like to change that to the adopter program for just 927 condominiums that were affected, that went from designated to non-designated and having to pay third party. The benefit for you to do this is huge, because once you do the early adopter program, then you can bring these condominiums back into the user pay. We've actually calculated that it will be $195 per year per unit, which is roughly what you're paying for 67,000 single-dwelling homes, which are residential taxpayers. The difference between us and apartment buildings and other commercial, we are residential taxpayers. Our taxes are no different than everyone else. It's the infrastructure that you guys are making us do, and that cost shouldn't be ours. The province has designated garbage, recycle, and food waste as a essential service. It is the responsibility of the city, not us.
Apologize, sorry to interrupt, just to let you know you have about 30 seconds left, and I'm sure there'll be questions.
Thank you. Anyway, at that, I will yield to any questions through the chair.
Thank you for your presentation, and I see a question from Councillor Bizo.
Thank you very much. Through the chair, thank you very much for the presentation, Mr. Campbell. It's very enlightening. Now, some of the numbers that you threw out there, 70% of condo owners are seniors. Could you comment specifically on kind of income levels and what you're seeing for the other demographics within condos and affordability? You know, we're sitting around this table. We have a budget to look at fairly soon. I want to look at a budget from an affordable government perspective, but at the same time, when you're talking about affordability, what we do today around this table affects affordability. So I understand you're paying taxes, you're paying condo fees, and other fees associated with garbage collection. So can you just comment specifically around, you know, some of those demographics and what you're seeing from that demographics and how affordable is it right now?
Thank you. Great question. Thank you. Through the chair to the councillor. The numbers we're looking at have been just staggering over the last 3 years. The costs are going up, as everybody knows. The cost of living's going up. The cost of everything's going up. But when you expect 927 condominiums to go from $250 a year or a month for their condo fees and adding on another $400, $500, depending on what it is council decides to do, that affects the incomes of those senior citizens. The senior citizens have so much money that they can spend per month. Now, some of the condominiums have gone from $550, some of them are $700 per month. That's basically almost a house payment for them. And, you know, some of them don't own their condo yet. They're still paying on it. They have their expenses that has to come out of that. This wasn't something that they brought on. This is something the previous council dumped on them. And as an essential service, I do believe some of the councillors would agree and some may disagree, but it is a responsibility for the city to do that for residential taxpayers, not for them to do that. And now it's come to the point where there are probably, I think, 18 senior citizens that I am aware of that are now affected, that there's no point of return for them. They can't afford it. Their families have tried to help them out. Condominium corporations, we get involved and we try and help them out too. Now, for me, this is a devastation that I said was going to happen 3 years ago, and now it's snowballing. We can't wait until 2027 to do an early adopter program to get the infrastructure that is required to do this. And we're not saying that it's one company or one, because Bearland condos are very similar to the land size that apartment buildings have and stuff. This early adopter program is going to be very beneficial to the city to give you an idea of what needs to be done. There are multiple different solutions that we've discussed with administration on this, but the 927, that's a wrong that I'm just trying to make right. The figures don't lie. I mean, they're paying anywhere from $20,000 to $30,000 a year more for garbage, recycle. And when you add on food waste, it's going to be even higher. Every condominium corporation is different. Some are 14 condominiums. It's going to be a lot less. When you're dealing with 55 to 65 condominiums, which is the majority of the 10, they're going to be spending a lot more money. So whether they put in bins, if they can use carts, is that possible? Can they use bins? Can they put in-ground? Can they have communal? I know that there's been a number of different areas that have been there. There are still only approximately 2 to 3 companies that we can deal with on this, which does not make it affordable. So the garbage and recycle has to be done. The food waste needs to be done at the same time because you don't want to add in that extra cost. An early adopter program for them would be really beneficial.
Recognize Councillor Zakiniak.
Thank you. So I heard you, you're asking for an early adopter program for multi-unit residential. Is there, I just want to make sure I have clarity on your asks. So that's one of them. Is there other asks that you're making of us here today?
Yes, I think that continuing consultation with the city on high-rises and other types of condominiums on solutions for that would be still beneficial. One of the other things that's been brought to my attention because of the attention, I guess, that I got through the media and through some of this, we've had a number of different associations with apartments and all kinds of other people, businesses. I am a businessman, so I have a lot of business friends that have been talking to me about this as well. And I think that council needs to make an informative decision, and to do that, we come up with a solution of an advisory committee that would bring the interested parties together with city councilors and administration to be able to come up with a better plan.
Okay, thank you. That's helpful. Now, in terms of your ask in relation to the early adopter program, I see that in the report. So did you see in the report where it notes that admin will explore the possibility of offering an early adopter program to the multifamily sector? So that's embedded in the report. Did you see that?
Yes, we did, but that's not until 2027.
Okay, I'll ask for clarity on that for the timeline.
Well, the delay on that is going to cost the $927,000. It will go up to $1.2 million by the time you do that. They will have spent. We're talking about 927 condominiums at $1.1 million.
Okay.
Affordability is not there. So we don't need action in 2027. We'd like to have those 927 residential taxpayers. I want to make this clear. We are not renting out. We are residential taxpayers who pay residential tax. We are not for profit. Corporations, condominium corporations are not for profit. We are also legislated that we have to have a reserve fund. We have to have infrastructure fund. We have to have those funds available. We do the same thing that you do on a smaller scale. We don't deal with hundreds of millions of dollars. We deal with millions of dollars that we have to have in our reserve fund for replacement of roof, our private road, or if we have landscaping that needs to be done for grading. I know that there are councillors on here who deal with condominiums, and they can contest to that. So it's something that's important to us that the infrastructure's covered, they can get it at the affordable rate, and then you can put them on user pay so that you're recouping your money.
Okay, and then another question is, you talked about the costs that you've incurred in relation to recycling and garbage. Note you're with a Canadian Condominium Institute, South Saskatchewan chapter, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so to what extent, I don't know if you can speak to this for all of the condos or just for your this organization, but to what extent have condos explored working together to minimize those costs? Like, is there bulk purchasing benefits that have been realized through utilizing the same pickup for garbage and recycling for multiple condos?
That's a great question. Through the chair to you and the rest of the committee, that's not possible. The reason being is we're legislated the same as you are. Each individual condominium corporation follows what's called the Saskatchewan Condominium Act, which means that to do that would be very difficult. That's the part that we had 3 years ago where we tried to explain that each individual condominium corporation is required to have elections. We have a board. On that board, the board makes the decisions for the collective of the other condominium corporation owners. We can't do anything in a bylaw without having 2/3 majority. We have to have a reserve fund. We have to go to school and have courses that CCI put on, no different than SUMA. So we have bylaws. We do everything that you guys do, and it would be legal for us to get together as a collective and try and do that. It's a city who has the buying power, not the corporations. And, you know, to put on the corporation that this is their responsibility, it's a city responsibility. So we want to work with you as each individual condominium corporation to achieve the goal. That would be like the province coming down and saying you need to do it this way as a municipality. You have a municipality act, we have the condominium act. So that would make it impossible for us to be able to do it. Plus our mandate is not as CCI, we're advocates and we're educational. And that's where we draw the line for all condominiums, not just, we represent all condominiums. If a condominium corporation comes to us, we will help them.
Okay. Excuse me. And you had mentioned this, you know, continued consultation and advisory committee. And so if something like that existed, the intent would be to come up with a better solution that the city would help facilitate to ensure that there, just to make sure I understand, I suppose, single system, like even if it's an alternate system, a different system that all the condos can utilize, facilitated by the city. Is that?
That's correct. In the
council,
yes, through you, through the chair to you on that great question. We are working with administration now, CCI is, on the different types of condominiums that we have, and we're coming up with solutions, and we're working on that. Unfortunately, that's going to take a lot longer than the date of July 1st, 2025. So we've asked for an extension, and we would like to have an extension. I don't know if it's for a year and a half, 2 years. It's going to take a while to be able to do that. It's a lot more complicated than just sitting down saying all of us can do that. That's not how that will work because of the restrictions by law. And condominium corporations refuse to break the law.
That's good.
Yeah.
Okay, that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. I recognize Councillor Rasevich.
Through the chair, so in Regina, we have 67,000 residential houses. I think that's what I heard.
You have 67,000 dwellings that are being garbage and recycles being picked up right now,
So
and food waste.
How many bare land, condos, apartments, do you have any idea how many we have in Regina?
We have a lot.
A lot?
I don't believe the city nor us, the city might have that figure.
Okay.
You might have to refer to them for that. But I do believe the bare land condos is different than high rises
Right.
and.
I'm just thinking overall, how many in the, I guess, in the city, so, because I guess what my point is, how many did we abandon?
927.
Right, bare land. Yeah.
Most of them are bare land, I do believe, yes.
Yeah.
In fact, I think they're all bare land. I would have to refer to the city administration for that.
But I just meant overall for the city, you know, we were looking after, because our mandate as a city is to look after garbage, waste, and you know, now food waste. But 3 years ago, we've decided, you know, I guess because the infrastructure's not in place or whatever, that we're just going to do residential and leave the rest aside.
Councillor Rasevich, can you frame it as a question?
Okay, the question
please?
is, and then they have to pay more. So I guess, you know, my residence is in Ward 1, half of them are apartments and residential, you know, and bare land, so.
The 927 condominiums were getting their garbage picked up. Most of them are between 30 and 50 years, the garbage, and then recycle was being picked up. The infrastructure that they had, they couldn't pick up with carts. And the reason being is the mandate for carts have to be 3 feet apart. And they can't use a private road. So if our road that goes down, that we pay for, is not designed and not built for big, heavy equipment, well, are you going to allow a big truck to go down and within 3 years I got to replace that road at a cost to the infrastructure, to the condominium corporation? Well, the city wouldn't allow it, neither will we, right? So when you look at the infrastructure, they were only doing cart pickup. If you had to do anything else, you were then put into the non-designated with the rest of the apartments and commercial, and you had to pay third party. For us, that was an injustice because we are residential taxpayers and it's your responsibility. You are absolutely correct on that.
But just my point is, what percentage of the people in households that were kind of, 3 years ago, we kind of abandoned? I guess that's a question I kind of want to know. And said, hey, you're on your own. Instead of the city using their buying power to figure out how to make things more economic.
Correct.
Even on that level.
Correct.
Anyways,
The condominium corporations got 30-day notice. Some of them got less than 30-day notice, which they were required to have 30-day notice. You know, we brought this up at the last council. We want to make it right. And by doing an early adopter program, allowing those funds for the infrastructure for it, putting them on a user pay is a win-win-win for the 927. We need extra time, like a year and a half, 2 years, or whatever it is you decide on the food waste is going to be another added cost.
Yeah.
So, I mean.
Yeah. Well, hey, city has core responsibilities. Thank you.
Can I ask Councillor Mazzanelli?
Thanks. Through the chair. I think I'm following what the delegate is saying. I just want to have a verification. So basically, the first ask is you want the early adopter incentive program to go past the ICI sector and include the bare land condos. Is that correct?
For the 927 condominiums that were put as non-designated, yes, it's an early adopter program for them to be allowed to figure out what is the best solution for them, for the infrastructure to be able to pick up their garbage, recycle, and food waste.
Okay. Now, you also just previously talking to Councillor Rastovich, referenced combining and going back to the user pay for those 927. What does that mean? If we brought the early adopter program to cover condos, as you're describing, and bring it earlier, what would be the benefit of going back to allowing them to integrate with user pay?
Because it's a city responsibility.
Uh-huh.
And, you know, it's an essential service that the city's supposed to do, so it makes it easier for them to take the non-designated now and put them back in the designated and be able to do a user pay, so that the infrastructure's already done, they can do that, and then you would have a system to be able to pick up the garbage, recycle, and food waste, whether it be carts, bins, or in-ground.
Okay, so I guess that's where my confusion's coming. The ask there would be for the city to invest to be able to pick up more than just the carts they're picking up right now, to be adaptable, to have offerings to other forms of pickup too, like your condos.
That is correct.
So right now, the city, in essence, is saying we only pick up carts. Your model cannot support a cart in any way, so you'd like the city to reinvest to be able to have other options, is what that ask means.
Through the chair to you, a great question. What we're looking at is to wrong or right, and the affordability is not there for what you did.
Yeah.
So it is not feasible for just carts. Some of these will have to have bins, or some of these will have to have in-ground. There's only the three options that you have right now because of the type of companies that actually do this type of work. I'm not going to get into the companies because that's inappropriate, but it's also inappropriate that we're losing senior citizens and that should be staying in their home because they can't afford it. So the 927 condominiums is our concern, and they should not be, as residential taxpayers, covering the cost of infrastructure for garbage, recycle, and food waste. It was something that was just thrown upon them, which it shouldn't have.
Understood, and here again, I'm trying to dissect what all these things mean. If we chose to start an early adopter incentive program for the 927 condos you mentioned, Technically, some of those might adapt some type of an in-ground pickup with a commercial entity other than the city to be picked up, accessing that program, and then the user pay would not be necessary for them. Would that be one of the outcomes potentially by what you're
It
describing?
could be, yes, that is correct. Through the chair to you, yes, that could be correct. The other thing is that some of the smaller ones would use a bin. They would have to put a concrete pad, make sure that the truck can come in safely. You know, they have to put a fence around it. They have to keep it locked. You know, there's a number of problems that have been had by with the bins, people dumping off their garbage in their bins because they can't lock them, or they break the lock and fill it up with you know, there's a number of different problems, but it's the condominium that needs to make that decision on how they want to do that. And, you know, there are safe ways of doing it both ways. The other thing is that can we really look at a condominium and say, okay, we can use carts, you have room for it. Some of them won't have room. You know, so there are solutions for them, and the condominium corporations have to decide that themselves because they are legislated legally to do that.
Understood, understood. Just looking at doubling up of investments. Follow-up question. Sorry, let me just refer back here. You say 500,000 loss over the last 3 years?
It's actually more than that. We're estimating it around 500. It's probably closer to the 600,000.
And that's the cumulative or per year?
That's a cumulative over the last 3 years, 600,000. By the time 2027 comes around, we've estimated it around 1.1, 1.2 million.
Okay.
And you got to remember, that's 927 condominiums, not corporations, which means that when you divide that money, that's a lot of money that's going out of your taxpayers that pay taxes, residential taxes that live in their home. And it's not affordable.
Totally understood. Mistake made with a big capital investment that doesn't get put to use, waste taxes as well, so I'm asking to be careful through the chair. The loss of that money through the last 3 years, how does that compare to when there was the condo rebate program previous to that for the 10 years preceding? Is this cumulative with that rebate program being lost and added on?
Through the chair, great question. No, that's not added in there as well. That has nothing to do with it. The rebate program was $40 per year per unit for occupied units only. And when you look at $40 per year versus $550, $600, some of them $700 per month or per year, you know, when you look at condo fees gone up, you're looking at $550, sorry, per month, per unit.
Okay. And of that rise in condo fees you're describing, it can't all be attributed to the waste factor. Is that also the rise in condo?
No, we're talking $450 to $500 per year per unit for waste and garbage. Perfect. We're not even talking, that's not even dealing with the food waste yet, which is on the table, and that's going to be an added cost.
Okay.
And if it's bag pickup, it's going to be more. If it's cart pickup, they can go to the user pay. If it's bins or in-ground, those are all going to be added cost to the infrastructure. So, yeah, it's per year per unit that you look at. The added cost is $450 to $550 per year per unit increase.
Okay, thank you. One final question. Looking at the reasoning given and not trying to be accusatory or fussy about it, I noted that some of these decisions were made because of stress on infrastructure from pickup and life of the infrastructure, you know, garbage trucks coming through once a week to pick up, or twice a week or 3 times a week for all 3 streams. Looking at the costs and the outcomes in the long term, do some of those formulas have to be reanalyzed for allowing big vehicles on the private streets for costing compared to upkeep and rectifying a street in light of the garbage and waste costs you're talking about right here? Just to put it relative, I'm thinking of a 30-year plan on a road, so much set aside for the road per year to fix the road because the garbage truck came at it, and when I weigh that against the cost per year you're paying for garbage, it almost seems like it'd be more feasible to plan for the road and allow them on the lot. Is that a line of thinking that's been analyzed?
Great question, through the chair to yourself. The problem with that is the turnaround for the big trucks. So most of the roads that are done with condominiums go to a dead end, and then there's nowhere for them to turn around. So for them to go down that road would be impossible anyway, unless you're going to change the infrastructure at the bottom, at the end of the road, to have a turnaround. And in most cases, there's no room.
Appreciate it. Thank you for answering all my questions. I'm just trying to understand all the options.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Through the chair, just kind of wondering, like, any examples of what other cities have done?
Yes, right across the country, we have 14 chapters right across the country, and we deal with the national CCI. What they've done is they've gone to multiple different systems. High rises in Toronto are using countertop food waste, which makes it into compost. Some of the Bearland condos are using in-ground. It's huge in new development as well. Some of the other ones are using carts, and they'll do a combination of all, which allows pretty much the city to be able to service everybody, whether they're residential taxpayers, whether they're commercial, industrial, and it gives them the opportunity to be fair and equal to everybody.
And I guess my last question would be, I guess moving forward as a city, we should be looking at, when you have developments, to make sure that the garbage and recycling and the waste can be picked up properly.
Great question, through the chair to yourself. You're absolutely correct. The problem with the 927 is that they should have been grandfathered in.
Yeah.
They were built, some of them 30 to 50 years ago, without that in mind. The new ones, in fact, there's some new ones that are out already that are doing in the city, and I got to give the city kudos for that. They have communal garbage pickup, which would be garbage, recycle, and food waste. There are other cities like Saskatoon. Instead of doing a composting, they've decided that, I do believe in July, construction starts on a biodigester, which will actually take all their food waste. It will take all their yard waste, which is huge, put it into a biodigester. They're going to get a revenue from that as well. Because it is renewable energy, both federal and provincial grants will be allowed. Some of the other bigger landfills have the biodigester already, and now they're looking at a processing plant to produce black carbon and what's called green ammonia. Green ammonia is used for farmers, and I think we have the biggest farming here. That would really, the provincial government grants for that as well. The problem with that is that it eliminates your dump, because you're taking all your, I think it's called legacy waste. So your garbage goes here, your food waste and your yard waste goes here. One is producing a natural gas, which goes back into the system, which pays a revenue, and then the other one takes the garbage, legacy, all the other garbage, and turns it into green ammonia. I don't know the process on that, and that's not something I'm an expert in, but with CCI, we've been dealing with our other chapters that's where a lot of them are going now.
Thank you. Through the chair, just want a little bit of clarification. You share a number of costs and numbers with us, so just want to get some clarity. Earlier you mentioned that condos get a cost of $20,000 to $30,000 more a year, and then you also mentioned $550-ish per unit a year. Could you provide some clarity on those numbers? What is?
Yeah, so when you look at 67,000 dwellings that the city is responsible for, they will pay between $250, I think it is, I'm not the exact figures, but I think it's $194 for the smaller bins per year per household.
When you said $20,000 to $30,000
Yeah,
more a
so
year,
when you look at the 927 condominiums, their cost is anywhere from $450 to $550 per year per unit. And you got to remember that they have 55, some have 60, some have 30, depending on how many condominiums there are. So that per year per unit is going to change. So when you look at 550 versus 194, that's a substantial difference of added cost. So if you take $350,000 or $350 per year per unit, you times that by 55, 60 units, which is the average of a bare land condo, you're talking $20,000 to $25,000 per year. Over the last 3 years, you're talking $60,000. You're talking 14 condominiums, you're talking over $500,000.
All right, and in terms of the 927 condominiums, and so those are units, which ones are buildings, or could you paint a picture of like the actual space that they occupy? Because
yeah, most of them are what's called bare land condos. They're townhouse style usually. The person owns the house itself that stands there as a townhouse. They own the land that's in front of it, and they own the land behind it, which they pay taxes on. Through the condominium corporations, they have a common area. Some of them would have walkways and stuff like that. But condominiums in general take up a less footprint. If you took 55 single-dwelling homes, you're going to make up an awful lot of land. With condominiums, we're condensed. We use less garbage, less recycle, and less food waste because the majority in Regina are senior citizens. So they're neither one or two people that live there, and they generate a lot less waste. Plus our footprint is smaller, but our taxes are higher. So most of them are bare land condos that the 927 would be affected by.
all right, okay, thank you, that's all for me.
Jeff, thank you for your presentation and for answering the questions today. You can return to the gallery.
Thank you.
I'll call up Michael Mattern, please. Thank you very much, Michael. Please introduce yourself for the record, the organization you're representing, if applicable, and where you live. You'll have 5 minutes to address Executive Committee, after which you'll have the opportunity to respond to any questions that council members may have. Please begin.
My name is Michael Mattern. I reside in Pilot Butte, Saskatchewan. I operate several businesses in Regina and also own commercial properties and residential properties in Regina. One of the businesses I operate is Smart Organics Disposal, and we're also the Moloch distributor, which is underground waste containment, some of the things that Mr. Campbell had spoke about. I'm just here to address some of the comments in the report and look at some options that could be available to council and the condo associations if there's some uptake on it. But a number of comments in the reports from the condo associations result in dealing with the organics and vermin, flies, smell, homeless people getting into the bins. Wheelchair accessibility is another issue, I guess. We actually offer in-ground products that are lockable. They have key fob access. You can have records of who accessed the bin at what point in time. You eliminate the smell of the flies. You've got cooler temperatures due to being in the ground. You don't have garbage enclosures to collect garbage and turn into derelict structures that require repair. So moving forward, looking at some of the options that CCI and possibly council could consider would be, looking at alternatives like that, as opposed to, the infrastructure cost for the underground Moloch bins is significantly less than a garbage enclosure over the life of it, even in the upfront capital cost. So these products are also Canadian made, so there's no tariffs to have to worry about. They were made in Mount Forest, Ontario, all local Canadian products. And as part of the distribution, we've also started a crane-operated disposal company, which picks the underground disposal bins as well. So we actually, we firmly believe in the organics disposal and opportunities from offtakes and revenue opportunities that the city itself could partake in. There's opportunities for biodigesters, as Mr. Campbell referenced. There's renewable natural gas that can come out of biodigesters, not only from the yard and food waste. There's pellets that can be used for heat if people would like to use that as well. Further on to the legacy landfill site, there's opportunities, as Mr. Campbell alluded to, about taking the legacy landfill and as opposed to finding another alternative site for 10 years, 15 years down the road and spending hundreds of millions of dollars, capital investment on a collaborative basis could see royalties that return funds back to the city as an opportunity rather than a liability. So that's all I have to say.
Okay. Thank you for your presentation. I'll look to my colleagues to see if there's any questions for you. I see a colleague, rather a question from Councillor Zakiniak. Go ahead, please.
Thank you. So I appreciate you coming here today. One of the concerns noted in the report is that there's a lack of a processing facility. Sounds like you just came here to tell us that you have a potential solution that we could be pursuing, whether we as a city or we as the condos or collectively. Is that accurate with you locally?
Yeah, actually, part of my my role with Smart Disposal Group, we had actually submitted a proposal to the city for the organics processing facility. Speaking on that, which is probably off topic, I guess, but the organics processing, in my opinion, the way it was sent out was probably more for dealing with compost and not looking at revenue generation opportunities that the city could look at. Some of those revenue generation opportunities could fund some of the infrastructure costs that the Canadian Condo Institute folks are looking for.
Okay. Now, having said that, are you aware that we currently have a gas to energy system, I don't know all the details of it, at our landfill? So
Yep.
There is some of that currently happening?
Correct, yeah.
Okay. Now, okay, just making a note. Now, the recommendation from administration is to delay this by 18 months, partially until we have a permanent site in place. Is it your position, do you feel that that delay is necessary, or are you, aside from coming to us to tell us about these solutions, are you saying we actually have the capacity to move forward sooner than 18 months?
To be honest with you, I think the 18-month delay is probably the right decision. And I say that because taking a look at the compost and the organics processing that is possibly going to be there, that in itself, the compost could be achieved in that short time frame. But if you're looking at a more collaborative revenue generation station, I think 18 months gives the city as well as stakeholders enough time to actually understand what could come out of this process, not only to help the Canadian Condo Institute folks, but also help the city in an ongoing revenue generation basis through royalties with offtake agreements for renewable natural gas, pelleting, green ammonia, graphitic carbon. There's a number of options that are out there depending on whatever tool you wanted to take out of the toolbox to apply to that particular solution. I don't think it's a one-stop, do everything all at once type thing. I think it's a phased approach where you look at, a composting, add on a biodigester with some renewable natural gas opportunities, then start looking at legacy waste, dealing with the legacy waste and taking that You can produce bio oil out of it. You can produce, as I mentioned, green ammonia through pyrolysis. There's a number of opportunities there.
So in that scenario then, I think what I heard you, so you said it doesn't have to all happen at once. So if that's the case, couldn't it be feasible to start sooner than 18 months and add on as we're going to continue to improve all the opportunities that we could realize from doing this properly?
You could, yeah. You could start with the organics processing into compost, which is not a revenue generator. It's a cost for the city. But in my opinion, a biodigester as an add-on would be something that would return money to the city as opposed to a cost, so.
And I guess, so it's my understanding that this, you know, we did already defer this for a year. My understanding is that there was continued consultation, and I think the other delegates noted that there has been. Has anybody, whether from the city or from the condo boards, has anybody reached out to you in terms of this consultation process?
Somewhat. We haven't been in a lot of discussions about it, but we did meet with some city officials as well as Canadian Condo Institute members and discuss some of the opportunities. I think things are headed in the right direction as far as the organics processing goes. I think the facility that was meant to be by a previous corporation, I think didn't materialize like it should have, and it probably, you know, could have been handled a little bit better on their end, I guess. But I think ongoing consultation and collaboration is the way forward, and I think there's some great opportunities for the city as well as investment to come in and turn garbage into revenue.
Okay, thanks, that's all I have.
Thank you. I recognize Councillor Rasevich.
Through the chair, I guess we look at the history of, I guess, organics processing. It's been kind of a challenge because people don't want that in their backyard. And I guess my question is, I guess you would agree that if we do the organic processing and then if you go to a biodigester, what would be the best place you put the biodigester?
Well, through the chair, honestly, it would probably be the best at the landfill.
Exactly.
As far as the smell and the flies and vermin from the biodigester and the compost process itself, we have an inoculant microbial agent that you spray on the actual compost so that it dries it out and brings it down from a 50 to 60% moisture content down to about 20%. So you eliminate a lot of the smell as a result of it. So.
Yeah. So we solve that problem, and we get to reduce the size of the dump.
Yeah.
Okay. Thanks.
Recognize Councillor Mazzanelli.
Thank you. Through the chair, I believe one of the comments you made was it would probably be smart to follow through with the delay of 18 months. And I believe you made that in reference to the implementation date for non-designated residential properties as well as non-designated industrial properties, correct?
Correct.
Were you also thinking to delay any kind of early adapter incentive as well, or do you think that'd be well placed to try to spur something to happen in the 18 months we're given the delay for, just for clarification?
Yes, through the chair, I think you're correct, Councillor, that to actually involve the early adopter program now so that the infrastructure is in place for when the processing facility would actually be up and operational would be wise.
Thank you.
Okay, I don't see any other questions. I appreciate your presentation, your answers today. You can return to the gallery.
Thank you.
At this point, I'd like to invite up Curtis West. Thank you for coming today, Mr. West. Please introduce yourself for the record, the organization you represent, if any, and where you live. You'll have 5 minutes to address the Executive Committee, after which you may have the opportunity to respond to any questions the members may have. Please go ahead.
Thank you. My name's Curtis West. I'm the General Manager with Loris Disposal in Regina.
And although we support administration's recommendations to delay the programs referenced, my comments today will center on the city's evaluation of waste services for multifamily dwellings, and in particular, whether or not these services should be provided by and or managed by the city or private sector. Loris Disposal has operated in the city of Regina for over 50 years, and we remain locally owned and operated. We have a large presence in this city due to the level of service we provide, our commitment to and support of this community, as well as our ability to meet customer needs. We have worked for and with the city of Regina for many decades. Alongside the city, we designed and manufactured the Big Blue bins in the early 90s, assisted in securing locations for these bins, and long before recycling was the socially responsible thing to do, we worked with the city to divert tin, plastic, and milk jugs. We have promoted the diversion of recyclable material and organics from both multi-unit dwellings and the IC&I sector long before the city mandated the programs. Nearly 20 years ago, after the city introduced garbage cart service for homeowners, they discontinued providing containerized alley service with the brown steel containers. As a result, the private sector stepped in to provide multifamily dwellings with garbage service to buildings across the city using a number of different service models. Later in 2015, the City Council voted that multifamily dwellings must offer recycling services, and this service would also be left to the private sector to manage. Although we had been offering these services long before 2015, our salespeople spent hundreds of hours knocking on doors, searching for property managers and building owners in order to sell our service. We indeed have secured a large percentage of the multi-unit dwellings due to our efforts and have many hundreds of containers and multiple trucks now providing services to this sector, equipment valued at multiple millions of dollars. It is our strong position that these services should continue to be managed by and provided by the private sector as the city has previously directed, so that our substantial investment is not put at risk. In 2023, the city decided to get away from providing semi-automated collection, which is a bit more labor-intensive than standard collection. Condo groups, property managers, and property owners were afforded the opportunity to remain under the city program if they could be and wanted to be serviced by way of standard collection. For those that preferred alternate methods of collection, the private sector again stepped in to meet their needs. Service to this segment of the market is now offered using a wide array of services that the city does not offer, including front-end collection, semi-automated collection, the manual collection of bags, and in-ground collection. Whatever was needed to meet the needs of the customer was done, just as it was when garbage and recycling was left to the private sector previously. Where space is a concern, we have developed plans to collect containers from the street instead of entering a property, agreed to enter buildings and pull out carts to provide service, and allowed buildings to share containers in an effort to reduce the necessary footprint. I can appreciate concerns that are raised as it relates to cost. However, the waste service industry is extremely competitive. Service rates charged to multifamily dwellings are often less on a per unit basis than what homeowners pay in the city of Regina. As a comparison, I can confirm that the majority of multi-dwellings that we service with a front-end container are charged rates that are substantially less than what a homeowner pays in Regina. And when looking at recycling rates alone, our rate per unit charged is comparable to the city of Saskatoon and what they charge their multi-dwellings per unit, which is a city-controlled program. Some locations we do service do indeed pay a premium for specialized service like semi-automated collection or manual bag collection, where the density of service is lower. Customized services in any industry are typically charged a premium. The point of my message is that the private sector has always been prepared to provide the necessary services a customer desires, as the city has developed and transformed their waste management strategy for ratepayers. If the city were to reverse their position on how collection is provided, moving it from the private sector back to under the city's control, a great deal of investment would be at risk for a number of companies, including ours. In today's world, the impact of a political decision and that it can have on people and businesses has been magnified, especially when that decision is a reversal of a decision previously made. In closing, I respectfully ask that the city leave these services to the private sector to manage and provide, just as you have done for over 20 years. And I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. My colleagues for questions. I'll recognize Councillor Mazzanelli.
Thank you very much, and through the chair. Just looking to the matter at hand, the deferral for 18 months of implementing this. As a private business owner, runner in Regina, if we were to adopt that early incentive program and apply it to the condos as well, is that something from a business case you could see devising a plan, formulating a way to provide a solution and taking advantage of?
Yes, as long as there is an outlet for the processing of the organic material. We currently service a great deal of organics in the city of Regina, and due to a lack of local facility, we're hauling it 2 hours away at our own cost to dispose of it properly.
Thank you. Triggering another question through the chair, is that an outcome from not being able to source the land for the proper organic composting, or is that a long-standing problem of dealing with the city? How does that turn out?
Through the chair, we're proactive in selling organic collection services when we anticipated a processing facility in Regina in 2023, and because that hasn't come to fruition yet, we are handling it accordingly.
Okay. So if that position was corrected and we were able to get that request for proposal, things would come online, that wouldn't be a problem anymore that way, through the chair?
It would not be a problem to provide the services.
Perfect. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Recognizing Councillor Rasevich.
Through the chair, so I guess from what I'm understanding, 3 years ago, I'll just focus on Bearland, the Bearland condos. So 3 years ago, they were under the city? Was it not under the city, the garbage and recycling pickup?
So through the chair, the report mentions an evaluation of all multifamily dwellings, which we reference as condos and apartments in over 1,000 units in the city. What the previous delegates were speaking to were only the condo portion of that segment.
Right.
And 3 years ago, yes, I believe they were still provided through the city service for waste and recycling when the city had the necessary equipment to provide the service to those condos.
Right, right. So like if they become part of the adopted program, is that going to affect your business?
We have secured a bulk of that segment through our efforts over the last 3 years.
Right. Okay.
So if it goes back under the city, then yes, it could have a negative
right.
impact.
But that's like just within the last 3 years, because you were mentioning 20 years. So I was kind of getting confused about what was part of 20 years ago and what's, this is just the last 3 years.
So through the chair, I think the report is suggesting an evaluation of all multi-unit dwellings which were put out to the private sector 20 years ago.
Okay. Because the costs, from what I'm understanding, is it's, user pay is $195 for residential houses, and for a lot of these Bearland, I guess condos, townhouses, it's closer to $400.
Through the chair, my suggestion is that some condos still receive standard collection, so they would be paying the same amount as a homeowner, which would fluctuate between $195 and $300 for standard cart collection. Some of the condos we service have different levels of service, and whether that's manual bag collection or front-end collection, it's based on the type of service provided. The most labor-intensive, which is bag collection, could reach upwards of $400, $450 a year, but on average, I would suggest it's probably not that high.
Okay. But again, all right, so basically a lot of,
Yep.
Okay.
Question, Councillor?
I'll leave it at that.
Recognize Councillor Flores.
Thank you. Through the chair, staying on that topic, just one more clarification. The previous delegate mentioned that cost of about $500 per unit for that service collection. You just mentioned that it varies. Could you elaborate a little bit more of that and just provide some cost clarification and comparables? I want to understand, earlier it seemed like condos are paying so much more entirely, but it seems like it varies. Could you elaborate on that, please?
Yeah, through the chair, it 100% varies, and the previous delegates were specifically, again, speaking to only the condo segment of the multi-unit dwelling market. Our service to condos would have 4 or 5 different types of service options, with a standard front-end container would be the least expensive because it's in a centralized location where residents would take their material to. And because of the density we have with front-end service, it is by far the lowest cost per unit. Working your way up through semi-automated collection with carts, which is a 2-man system, a 2-employee system, where they have to manually relocate carts to empty in the back of a truck. Further to a fully manual system where it is a 2-person system where they have to manually collect bags, move it to the truck, and dispose of it. And again, these are all services that would have less density. So when you're driving from one location of the city and having to drive 20 minutes in a different direction to pick up the next location, that's what increases the cost.
Right. And I'd assume that you guys have the capacity to do this work, therefore that's what dictates the way you charge. And I'm not sure if this is something that would be for administration, but if you do, if you can answer this, please, could you share if the garbage pickup were to go through the city in this case, would then the cost go up given that you are utilizing more staff and you have already set up those processes?
Through the chair, the city currently provides waste pickup to taxpayers in this city. I would suggest they've got out of the collection of certain areas because it is not feasible to have a specialized truck, equipment, and a job for only a very small portion of the market. We would be able to provide the service. There's so many different variables, I can't comment if the rates would go up or down based on a bulk bid type of system.
All right, thank you, that's all for me.
Thank you, Councillor. I'll recognize Councillor Zakidniak.
Thank you. So the report is, although we're kind of talking about all waste collection now, the report and the recommendations in front of us are focused on food and yard waste. And so your concern is that you don't, for your company, if the city takes over food and yard waste for these multifamily units, that would be very problematic, as you've expressed, just to be clear. Is that accurate?
We would be able to provide the service, or through the chair, we'd be able to provide the service of food and yard waste collection to multifamily dwellings. It is the processing facility and lack of capacity that is a problem at this time. We have requested to deposit other material from other sources at the city's temporary location and have been denied due to capacity issues. Presuming that the city would allow multifamily dwelling material at that temporary facility, we would not have a problem in providing the collection service and delivering it there.
Yeah. And it's, you said currently you take, for whichever facilities you are providing food and yard waste services right now, you take it 2 hours away.
Correct.
Where are you taking it?
City of Yorkton.
Yorkton, okay. And so what I heard as the expression, and so I just want to make sure if you heard something different or if what you heard is the same as what I heard, was a request for the city to help coordinate this collection of food and yard waste for multifamily units. I guess there was a request for a user fee, but I didn't interpret that as the city taking the service on. Is that, because you came out to say, it's important that this stays within the private sector. I think the two things are potentially complementary, where like the city can help coordinate, but it could also stay within the private sector. Is there something I'm missing, or is that a possible outcome still?
No, through the chair, the way I read the report is that there will be a full evaluation of how services are provided to multi-unit dwellings in the city of Regina.
Okay.
And that full evaluation could include moving the control of waste services back under the city.
And to make sure I'm getting my facts straight in terms of who's currently responsible for what, and if you don't know, that's fine, but the city currently does contract out our compost. We're not picking up, the city of Regina is not picking up our household compost. We contract that out. Is that accurate?
Through the chair, yes, you contract our company to pick up recyclable material and the food and yard waste program, and the city in-house does the waste.
Okay, so I can check with administration. I'm glad I asked you because that wasn't my interpretation of the report, so we'll see what they say. So I think that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't see any other questions from my colleagues. Appreciate your presentation and your answers today. You can return to the gallery. We will now consider item EX24, multifamily food and yard regulation updates. Can I have City Manager Nikki Anderson please introduce the report?
Thank you, through the chair. So there's been lots of conversation, so I'll start out with a reminder that the purpose of this report is to request council approve to extend the current waste compliance dates by 18 months for multifamily and industrial, commercial, and institutional sectors. And secondly, to provide an update on the engagement with the multifamily sector and actions arising out of the engagement. The report also speaks to the fact that the 18-month extension is needed to ensure the transition is feasible for sectors where no food and yard waste processor is currently in place, and to ensure a processing facility is built and ready to accept the food and yard waste. I would also say that the city is implementing several supports that address these concerns that we heard a bit about today, such as a how-to guide for those who manage multifamily properties, which will assist in the food and yard waste program implementation, as well as a pilot with the Circular Innovation Council to create waste collection efficiencies and reduce costs for multifamily and ICI properties. Administration will explore the possibility of offering an early adopter incentive program to the multifamily sector to support investment in waste infrastructure or technologies once the method of providing multifamily waste services has been determined. I imagine you'll have lots of questions for administration, so I will also say that most of the questions will be answered by Curtis Stoney, Deputy City Manager, City Operations. We also have Carolyn Kaleem, the Director of Wastewater and Environment. Janet Aird is up there, Manager Program Development and Delivery, and fourth, Erica Borland, the Coordinator of Program Development. Thank you.
Can I have someone please move this report? Councilor Bizo. With that, any questions from my colleagues for administration? Oh, sorry, to you first, Councilor Bizo. Do you wish to speak to the report?
No, just questions.
Open up for questions. Please go ahead.
Thank you very much. Through the chair, given the complexity of the recycling food yard waste program and the RFEs that are out for tender right now, would it be handcuffing administration to put this at 18 months, or should we look at extending the timeline to a 24-month period to actually do a proper study and actually have a plant built before we rush into things? My concern is we're going to have the same discussion in 18 months, where if you give yourself more time, you could probably have better solutions.
Mr. Doney?
Through the chair, thanks for that question. So as mentioned, we have an RFP out right now for a food and yard waste processor, and so we won't speak too much about that because it's in the marketplace. We landed on 18 months based on what we think will occur before we issue that RFP. 24 months would give us more time, and that would be beneficial. However, we're looking to move this forward so that we can actually implement food and yard waste for condos. So what I would say is that if we have a challenge meeting that 18th month mark, that we would come back to council to look for an extension at that time.
I'd make a motion to extend that to 24 months. I'm not sure, Mr. Chief Clerk, how that works. Amendment, or how do we extend this to 24 months?
I'll look to the clerk for guidance, please.
Sure. Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Yes, Councilor Bizo, you can just move an amendment that the 18-month implementation deferral be increased to 24 months. Just need to make your motion and it will be debated.
All right. Through the chair, I make a motion to extend the 18-month to 24 months to give administration more time to do the evaluation. Thank you. Councillor Bezos, do you wish to speak any further to the merits of your amendment? Otherwise,
No.
Okay, so as a reminder to my colleagues, everyone will get 3 minutes to speak to the amendment and/or ask administration questions. We'll then vote on that amendment and go back to the original motion. So I'll open it up to my colleagues specifically now to speak to the amendment or to ask questions to administration in relation to Councillor Bezos' amendment. Okay, I see Councillor Radens.
Thank you. So in terms of the time frame, you guys, this has already been put on hold for a year, correct?
Through the chair, yes. Last council delayed it and asked us to delay it by 1 year.
Okay, so in that time, has anything been done, consultation? I understand just from the conversation that capacity for, you know, getting rid of the waste here is an issue. And so is there some other option that we can look at to move it along, move this along a little bit faster than waiting for 18 months or 24 months? And can it be phased in at a certain point? Like, I mean, you know, 6 months from now, what can we do?
Through the chair, so a couple questions there. So yes, we've done, just getting some feedback. We've done quite a bit of consultation. So in the fall of 2024, we met with, we sent out a survey and met with condo owners to hear their concerns, and that's documented in the report. And we've been meeting with CCI on a regular basis to hear their concerns and to figure out what options exist going forward. As far as moving things forward faster, our limit right now is the processing capacity for food and yard waste, and so we have an RFP out right now that asked for a facility to be up and running by the end of 2025. That is a tight timeline, and that RFP is closed, and now we're starting to review those proposals.
Okay, thank you. So if we can, well, anyways, thank you. That's great, thanks.
Recognize Councillor Zakidniak.
Okay. So, to be clear, administration did not ask us for a 2-year extension.
Through the chair, we're recommending an 18-month extension.
18-month extension. And as noted by Councillor Radens, there's already been a 1-year extension. I actually think that 18 months is too long, so I'm certainly not going to support 2 years. How long have, aside from the folks who were part of the pilot program for compost, forgetting, like, not setting those folks aside, for the rest of the residents of Regina, how long have we been curbside composting for?
Through the chair, we started providing curbside compost to the majority of households in September of 2023.
September of 2023. Okay, so we're now a year and a half beyond that, and the proposal now is to extend additional composting efforts by 3.5 years, to have some folks composting in the city, and then 3.5 years that we can bring some other folks on. And I do want some clarity, is in terms of this extending it for 2 years, is this meant for all the recommendations? Because I need some clarity from the mover on that. So are we talking multifamily sector, extension for 2 years, and industrial, commercial, and institutional sector?
So I will recognize and ask Councillor Bezos to speak to Councillor Zakiniak's question.
I would say yes, extend it to the 2-year time frame. What we've heard today, everything from, composting all the way to biodigesters. And, we got to look at overall what's the best instead of, having a project that has a potential of wasting a lot of money, or do we want to have a project that has the potential of actually reducing landfill waste and eliminating landfill? So I think we got to look at this as a holistic approach and just give the administration time to look at biodigesters as well too. I think an 18-month timeline to actually build a facility with an RFE process is too short of a timeline, that we're not giving them enough time to actually do a proper evaluation of all solutions and all systems that have the potential of doing a real functioning evaluation of reducing landfills.
Okay, thank you. So if I hear you correctly, it apply to all criteria. Councillor Zakiniak, anything else further to add or questions for administration?
I'm going to use up my whole time, so just heads up on that. Now, what about the early adopter incentive program? Are you, and I'm actually just looking for a very succinct answer here. Are you looking to change that timeline as well with your amendment? So that's part C, 1C. Is there a recommendation to change that to the mover?
Yeah, everything, move it outwards. If you want to adopt it earlier, why, sure, have an adoption earlier, but let's give administration time to look at all aspects. This has been started in...
No, sorry, I'm just looking for clarity, not an explanation. But what I don't understand, so
What's
it doesn't
the question?
match
Sorry,
the timeline.
Sorry, if I may, what I'll ask is Councillor Zakiniak to answer her question. When she's finished, we'll give Councillor Bezos time to respond. Let's just make sure we're not speaking over each other, please. Councillor Zakiniak, please go ahead.
So it doesn't, so part 1C, currently in the recommendation says to defer it to July 1st, 2026. I think we need some clarity on what this amendment is, what's entailed in this amendment, because it's not just like 2 years. What does that even mean? There's 3 separate parts of one. So I'm recommending that we take a small break so that we can get some clarity on what actually is being proposed by Councillor Bezos.
So what I think, based on Councillor Zakiniak's request, what I might do is ask administration the implications rather of Councillor Bezos' amendment as he's illustrated.
No,
and at that
sorry,
point,
I still don't
just let me finish,
understand
please.
what it is.
Thank you. So I think what we'll do is we'll go to administration and ask them first to speak to it. And Councillor Zakiniak, if that doesn't answer your question, we certainly can take a break. So what I'll do is I'll ask administration to speak to the implications and the specifics, see if we can't get Councillor Zakiniak's question answered there. Mr. Doney?
Through the chair, so my interpretation of the motion would be 1A to go from July 1st, 2025. Instead of January 1st, 2027 would be July 1st, 2027. 1B, January 1st, 2026, instead of July 1st, 2027 would be January 1st, 2028. And then 1C, the early adopter program to be extended by the same 2 years, so January 1st, 2025 till January 1st, 2027.
Thank you. And for clarity, the explanation to Councillor Zakiniak's question and seeking of clarity needs to be answered in public. So I'll now go back to Councillor Zakiniak to speak, to answer any more questions or to provide any more context yourself.
I do find it frustrating, just as a comment, when we do amendments like this. This is a very unclear process for making amendments, which are super important that everybody has clarity on. Now, has administration considered at all starting with a very simplified version of food and yard waste that we perhaps, have we explored at all working with compost processors? So like, I'm talking like a traditional backyard style compost, starting with something like that and then expanding to a more thorough composting program with the multifamily units.
Mr. Doney?
Through the chair. So we encourage backyard composting even with our city provided service, because that is usable product that residents can use in their own gardens. In our guide that we'll be releasing once we confirm these dates with council, there are options like countertop compost, bins that can be used that break down the food and yard waste and can reduce that from going to the landfill. So there are a few options like that that'll be included in the guide that we've looked at.
Okay. In relation to, so I guess, how much time do I have? 1 minute, thank you. I guess what I don't understand is, maybe I'll ask this one question. In terms of the early adopter program, why hasn't this been explored for multifamily units yet?
Through the chair, so we've had lots of conversations about the early adopter program, including with the condo association. And primarily there's two things that are outstanding. One is the processing capacity for food and yard waste, and so we're not recommending to install infrastructure at this point, not knowing exactly where that material is going to go. The other is the changes that you heard about last week, which is the province taking over stewardship for recycling. And so SAS Recycling, we will be working with the condo industry and figuring out how they're going to take on the service for recycling.
Okay. And in terms of our industrial, commercial, institutional sector, is that a large contributor to food and yard waste?
Through the chair, I'm going to ask the team if they've got a breakdown between multifamily and IC&I. And IC&I is very different. So if you're dealing with a restaurant, of course, it's very different than a garage. But I'll just ask if they've got any estimates of the difference between IC&I and multifamily. And just ask Ms. Aird if she has anything there, and if not, something we can provide later on. So to Ms. Aird over in the corner, Chair.
30 seconds left, Councillor.
Thanks for the question. Through the chair, we have about 7,000 tons is the estimate based on a landfill audit, which is from the IC&I sector, which includes multifamily. So it would be for both of those, multifamily and all IC&I.
Okay. So just to reiterate, I am strongly opposed to this amendment. Administration's not even asking us for this. Within the environmental impact section, okay, my report just changed. It talks about how please pause it because this is, give me 1 sec to find my way back. The city's landfill is the largest source of corporate greenhouse gas emissions. Deferring the deadline by 18 months would result in an estimated 11,000 tons of food and yard waste entering the landfill. We are not being asked to do this. We do not need to move ahead with a 2-year extension. I really cannot reiterate how opposed I am to this recommended amendment on the floor.
Thank you, Councillor. I'll recognize Councillor Rasevich, and before I do that, I just note we're about 3 minutes away from our mandated break, but please go ahead. We'll work up into that deadline. Councillor Rasevich.
Okay, so obviously, it sounds like we have capacity issues, so we can only take so much waste to the dump, correct? Or yard waste?
Through the chair, so there is limited processing availabilities for food and yard waste in and around Regina. So all of the food and yard waste that we pick up in our green carts is composted right now, and that happens at the landfill. The city is operating that facility. There's not local capacity to expand that to multifamily and IC&I at this time.
Okay, so yeah, I had a question earlier, because we have 67,000 houses. How many apartments, condos, townhouses in the city? I think you knew the answer.
Through the chair, I can provide that. Did you want to have that conversation now, or did you want to focus on the
Okay, you can get that number to me, but I guess.
Yeah, through the chair, I can 1 second, I'll grab that.
Sure. I'll just sort of throw in other questions.
So we have 1,473 multifamily properties in Regina, and we service 426 of those right now with city service.
That's it, eh? Okay. I thought it'd be a lot more.
Through the chair, I'll just give you a bit more background. So our bylaw, waste bylaw right now, says that the city provides service to dwelling units that are 4 or less units, or as designated by the city. So any unit that wants to have city service, we can meet with them, and if our trucks can get onto their property and we have the turning radius as mentioned, we can provide them city service.
Okay, okay. But I guess to Clark's point, I mean, to Councillor Clark's point, we should have things coordinated. I mean, I am thinking, why have a processing plant outside the dump if you're going to start looking at a biodigester and have all those facilities close to each other to work together and be coordinated? Would you not think that that would be the most logical and sort of smooth process?
Through the chair, we've issued an RFP to take food and yard waste for the city and expandable to IC&I and multifamily. And in that RFP, we did not dictate what had to happen with the food and yard waste. We just said it needed to have a beneficial product at the end. So composting is likely the simplest thing that can happen, but anaerobic digestion is another very beneficial thing. However, there's significant capital cost for something like that. And so we're looking at those proposals right now to see what's the best value for residents.
Yeah.
At this point, councillors, given it's 12:15 and our mandated break, there's many other questions. Councillor Rastovich, you still have 2.5 minutes left to speak to this amendment and ask questions. So we will break for 45 minutes for lunch, and we will reconvene at 1 o'clock. So thank you. think everyone should take their chairs. We're about 5 minutes over. Please. 5 minutes? I'll ask that everyone take a seat as soon as possible. Okay, we have quorum. I'll ask that everyone get started. It's 1:05. Thank you. Okay, so it is my understanding that we're having discussion and debate on Councillor Bezos' amendment. Councillor Rasevich, you were in the middle of asking administration, Mr. Doney, questions. So if you're ready, we'll go back to you. You have about 2.5 minutes left of your allotted time, and we'll get started. Please go ahead.
I'll just say, I guess through the chair, just that, I guess my thinking or my logic would be, I'm just asking the question would be is, this extra time would be good. Would you agree that it would be good to give us extra time to coordinate, you know, whether it's the processing, the biodigester, to have things kind of coordinated? For example, like, you know, do we put a compost processor in one location, and then we, you know, through a study, you go, oh, you got a biodigester over here? Wouldn't it be, I just think, to put things all coordinated and line them up so that everything's kind of efficient, if that, you know, this seems like a more efficient plan. Would you agree with that?
Through the chair. So we have issued an RFP for food and yard waste processing. That's out in the market right now and it's closed. In that RFP, we asked for them to have the ability to accept food and yard waste by the end of 2025. So that's an active RFP that we can't change. We'll evaluate that and see what the outcome of that is. That decision, along with the 18-month, aligns because that was our plan going forward. If council approves 24 months, then we will continue to do the evaluation of the RFP, see where that lands, and it gives us more time to make a decision about who will be the food and yard waste processor in the future.
Okay. You know, because I guess my other question would be is that a big concern has always been the landfill, that it's going to fill up, and then you have to build a new one for, I guess the number I've heard is 250 million. And if we go ahead, if we do some research and go into this biodigester, this landfill could be extended for a long time. Would you agree with something like that?
Through the chair. So multiple things that kind of we're talking about, but the RFP is for food and yard waste right now. We are looking at our solid waste management strategies as a whole over the next couple of years. That'll include big things like what's the future of the landfill, what should we be doing with that landfill waste over time, not related to this report or not related directly to food and yard waste, but the overall strategy for solid waste. So that work is ongoing regardless of any decisions made today, and that would come forward in about 2027.
Okay, but in this 24 months, could that be looked into?
Through the chair. So we have an active RFP out right now, and we will evaluate that RFP to see who the highest bidder is and negotiate with that RFP. That was done to align with the 18 months that we have recommended. If council approves the 24 months, that gives us more time to look at a food and yard waste processor. But yes, everything will be aligned, whether it's this process that we're talking about or the long-term plan for the landfill and the solid waste strategy.
Okay, so I don't hear biodigester in this at all.
Through the chair. So the RFP that we issued didn't dictate what the technology would be. We simply asked for a usable product at the end of the day. So in that RFP submissions, there may be some biodigester options, but we don't know yet until we get into the RFPs and evaluate them. A biodigester is probably $50 to $70 million to build, and so there's significant upfront capital costs with that.
Okay. We could look into grants, I guess. Okay, I'll leave it at that.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor. I see Councillor Flores. Please go ahead.
Through the chair. I initially, before this amendment, was wondering about what the administration's plan was to monitor the impact of increasing this to an 18-month timeline on waste diversion rates and on greenhouse emissions. And also, with that in mind, how can we ensure that the overall waste diversion goals outlined in our waste plan and energy sustainability framework are still achievable? So I was worried about that in an 18-month framework. Now with a 24-month framework, it would be even more. So I guess what are the plans initially, and with a even longer timeline, how that would be impacted?
Through the chair, so previous city councils have directed administration to work towards a waste diversion goal of 65% over our long-term plan. So that's obviously what we're working towards. Any delay, including the 18-month delay, has a negative impact on waste diversion. So we know that organics going to the landfill are the highest contributor to greenhouse gases in our landfill, and so whether it's 18 months or 24 months, that will have a negative impact on our waste diversion.
Would you say a significantly more negative impact to a 24-month, just given the strain that it would have in our landfill?
Yeah, through the chair, I don't think between 18 months or 24 months we're going to see a significant impact on the landfill. We've been providing organics into the landfill for 100 years, and so I don't think the timeline there is going to have a significant impact. What will be impactful is that we're trying to move residential, IC&I, multifamily, all towards recycling and food and yard waste diversion. And when you do something at home and you do it at work and you do it at play, there's a better chance of you doing waste diversion.
That's good. That's it for now. Yep.
Thank you, Councillor. Recognize Councillor Mazzanelli.
Thank you. First question about process, reflecting on Councillor Rasovich's questions about the capturing gases and all the different processes we can go through. Being that the city manages decisions through a matrix of frameworks, wouldn't the sustainability framework have an impact on the decision should the right proposal come through, and wouldn't that be a consideration automatically by the way administration has been organized?
Through the chair, I'll provide an answer. If I'm not answering, just please ask again. So yes, City Council's approved the environmental and sustainability framework, which basically is a lens for all the work that we do going forward, and waste diversion and solid waste is a key service that is impacted by the environmental and sustainability framework. So waste diversion is really important to meet those long-term goals, primarily the greenhouse gas emissions that are produced at the landfill. So by taking organics out of the landfill, we will work towards meeting those 2050 goals.
So it would enter your decision matrix over and above any comments we might make just out of policy?
Through the chair, yeah, that is a policy that's approved by council, and that impacts all of our work unless directed by council otherwise.
Perfect. I'd like to propose a friendly amendment. For it, I would like to, first of all, remove the early adopter incentive program from being postponed at all. I'd like to instead adapt it immediately, and I'd like to include both residential and commercial in the early adopter program as a friendly amendment.
So that's Councillor Mazzanelli, I think that's a significant amendment. I'm going to look to the clerk for some guidance on this as to how to proceed from a process perspective.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. First of all members have to understand that a friendly amendment can be extensive, but it has to be agreed upon by the mover. That's where the friendly comes in, is that if it's accepted by the mover. So this is completely in Councillor Bezo's hands if he accepts these amendments.
That's why I said it that way.
Okay. Now, having said that, we still need to understand explicitly what you're doing, because it appears that you're dissecting everything similarly back to what was originally there.
No, if I may explain. What I am doing is I am not pausing the early adopter incentive program. along with the other 2 points, thereby allowing the ability for someone to come in and start presenting solutions right from the onset right now, even though we're going to be delaying, if it's approved, for 24 months for any kind of other measures. So in other words, we wouldn't be putting pressure on commercial and condos for 24 months right out of the gate, but we would be putting a carrot outside immediately for solutions to be found. So instead of just putting it back to administration, there could be others who come to the plate to take advantage of an early adopter incentive program to help provide solutions that we need to find within those 24 months. And that's why I'm proposing it that way, as well as being friendly.
And being friendly.
Chair?
So I guess that with that in mind and with the clerk's guidance, Councillor Bizot's thoughts in response to Councillor Mazzanelli's suggestion?
Chair?
Sure, thank you, through the chair. Absolutely, yeah, no problem with that. I'm going to throw this to administration. Ultimately, this comes to administration of saying, do you have enough time to do what you need to do? And if the answer is we're going to do it today, then do it today. If the answer is like we need some time to look at it, just say we need time to look at it.
So I'm going to ask that Mr. Doney speak to that, and perhaps also any implications to the RFP that you have in market.
Through the chair, I just wanted to clarify, the early adopter incentive program currently closed on January 1st, 2025. What we're recommending is that it be exceeded to July 1st, 2026, the 18 months. So I think what Councillor Snelly is asking for is that anyone can come forward at any time and provide solutions, which is the current plan right now, with it being extended to July 1st, 2026, or for the 24 months. So I think the report, as is, addresses Councillor Mancinelli's concerns.
Except for one point, I'd be extending it over to the condos as well. Right now, it's set up as commercial. I'd be extending it to both streams, so it could be effective right out of the gate for both.
Make it multiple.
Through the chair, understood.
Or multifamily, however you want to say it, all encompassing.
So one at a time, please, councillors. Councillor Mazzanelli.
I guess a better word for it would be all encompassing for the report at hand. Multifamily, condo, I would like that early incentive, or early adopter incentive program open to all who are affected by this piece of policy.
Okay, thank you for the clarification, Councillor Bizot, based upon that. Okay. So I'm just going to look for some clarity for the clerk and myself, perhaps my colleagues. So I'm going to, through the city manager or Mr. Doney, just going to ask for you to please explain the implications as it relates to the current report, to walk us through what changes that materially presents and any implications of those changes, and then from a process perspective for the city clerk as well.
Through the chair, so my understanding of the friendly amendment is to extend the early adopter incentive program to the multifamily sector, and basically it's non-designated properties in the report here. And so I don't see any significant impacts to that. It would just allow everybody that is talked about in this report to have the early adopter incentive program apply to them.
And Mr. Doney, are there any implications at all, given that your RFP has closed, any implications of that friendly amendment and the early adopter program for your RFP, or do you see it as that as materially different?
Through the chair, materially different.
Thank you. I see several questions here, but first I'm going to go to the clerk. Jim?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. So, for our benefit, I just need a couple of questions answered, Mr. Doney. By revising Part C to include a deadline for the IT and multi-family sectors, does that therefore, does that eliminate Part A, or does A still stand?
Through the chair, A still stands.
Okay, and it remains at 24 months with the, correct? We're staying at 24 months based on Councillor Bizot's. Okay, good, that's all, thank you.
Okay, I see Councillor Burton. Please go ahead, Councillor.
Thank you. So through the chair, we've had a few speed bumps with some of the collection and composting and stuff there, and that's, circumstances happen, that's the way it goes. I guess my question to Mr. Doney is, with the current 18 months, would your confidence level be, we got this? Or if we extend it to 24 months, that would help make a difference? Because I'd rather under-promise and over-deliver, rather than being back here in 18 months asking for another extension and more time spent debating and all different things like that. So my question to you is, does that provide a bit more runway for your program and to get things done and not be rushed and do it properly?
Through the chair, so the RFP for the food and yard waste processor has closed. We have not evaluated that yet. Am I 100% confident we can meet the 18 months? No, I'm not, because we haven't evaluated those RFPs yet. 24 months would give us more time. However, if we do not have a solution within an RFP, we'll be probably coming back anyways to look at alternative options, which could include issuing a new RFP with a longer deadline or having the city provide the services internally. So those are things that are in the back of our mind, not knowing what's in the RFP currently.
Okay. No, that.
Okay, I'm going to go to Councillor Zakidniak.
I just have a point of clarification. I'm aware that my time is up. So what I'm asking for is to vote separately on 1 and 2, separate votes.
Going to look to the city clerk for guidance. Through the clerk, do we need concurrence from Councillor Mazzanelli? Rizzo? Okay. Okay, recognize Councillor Mazzanelli.
I have a worry about that because I extended that as a friendly amendment, and to separate those two, should one pass and one fail, wouldn't achieve the friendly status of the amendment. That's my only worry.
Recognizing the city clerk.
Through you, Deputy Mayor, with respect to all members, I don't believe it matters in this case. Anytime a council member can ask that any portion of a vote be split for voting. It might render it moot, but it could also be moot at the bylaw stage as well.
Okay, so with that, I'm assuming members will have a chance to speak to Councillor Zakidniak's. No? Okay, thank you.
If members have spoken on the main motion, which most have not, it will only be when the debate is finally closed that we will then move to a final vote, which will be split between parts 1 and parts 2.
So just give me 1 minute, please, to confer with the city clerk. If no one else wants to speak on the specific amendment, Councillor Bizzo, you get to close debate on the amendment. We will then vote on it, and then we will move to the main motion.
Yeah, the intent of this amendment of extending the timeline is to provide adequate time to administration to evaluate all options. Being an RFE has just closed, we are going into a construction season fairly soon, meaning unless we have detailed designs in place right now, I highly do not anticipate construction happening this year, which then gives administration the time to actually do the work properly. As the deputy manager stated, they would like more time, and I think we're just extending the gratitude of providing more time to do this job right, not right now. Thank you.
Okay, so I'm going to ask the city clerks to prepare the vote. Just item number 1.
Deputy Mayor, Part 1 of the motion is passed in a vote of 6-4. Those voting in favor were Councilors Burton, Bezo, Rashevitz, Siklis, Mancinelli, and Mayor Bashinsky. Voting against were Councilors Zakitniak, Flores, Radens, and yourself, Deputy Mayor. Now the vote on number 2.
Thank you. We'll move forward to the vote on number 2.
Deputy Mayor, Part 2 of the amendment passed in a vote of 9-1. Those voting in favor were Councilors Burton, Bezo, Rashevitz, Zakitniak, Siklis, Flores, Mancinelli, Mayor Bashinsky, and yourself, Deputy Mayor. Voting against was Councilor Radens.
Okay, we are back to debate on the main motion. Are there any members wishing to speak to this motion or ask administration questions that have not done so already or that have allotted time? Okay, I see. Okay. Councillor Zakinian.
Because we have, like, to be clear, we have 5 more minutes now. Yeah, okay. I'm not going to use my full 5 minutes, folks, although maybe I should. So now that this is not going ahead for 2 years, pending it passes at council, what I would like to ask is if administration will be, in this scenario, willing to consider ways to move forward with food and yard waste collection of some kind, whether voluntary or otherwise, at multifamily units in the meantime. I understand we have the early adopter incentive program. What I don't want to see is that for 2 years, nothing happens. And so that is my biggest disappointment with this turn of events today. And so I'm asking what administration thinks can be done to mitigate that concern.
Mr. Doney.
Through the chair. So once council approves the dates in a couple of weeks, we will issue a multifamily guide that talks about everything that condos can do voluntarily up until the regulations come in place. And so one example I'd mentioned before is the the counter composting units, and so that would be some examples there of what you could do, and other options to encourage condos and multifamily and IC&I to do both food and yard waste and recycling in the near term. There's no need to wait for the regulations to come in place. That's when they become in force, and after that you are not meeting the law. So typically you would want to work in advance and meet those things before the regulations actually come into force.
Okay, and so can you also explain, so now we're saying for sure, not just explore, that we want the earlier adopter incentive program for multi-family units. How will that be, so what incentives do you know will we be able to offer folks to not only encourage them to divert yard and waste, but also to incentivize it, food and yard waste?
Yeah, through the chair. So the early adopter incentive program that was in place for IC&I and now tentatively approved for multifamily is that we will reimburse 10% of capital investments in waste infrastructure up to a maximum of $15,000 per business or property, up to a total maximum distribution of $1 million that council had previously approved on a first come, first served basis.
And so the incentive is that if you set this up sooner, you will get reimbursed for some of your costs, versus if you wait for now 2 years, you will not be reimbursed for those costs. Is that that's the only incentive that we're offering?
Through the chair, that is the financial incentives, yes.
Okay. I will be looking to arrange a meeting to discuss some of these possibilities further with staff prior to this coming forward to council. I'm still extremely disappointed. I was already disappointed with the recommendation from administration. I remain beyond disappointed in our progress in relation to waste diversion. I respect the concerns that have been brought forward, and I will suggest that more could have been done by now. This turn of events is, like, I just don't understand why this needs to be so complicated, and I think we could have addressed the concerns that have been brought forward by now, and I'm very discouraged that we haven't.
Thank you, Councillor. I'm going to ask a question just for some context for myself, please, through the city manager, you, likely Mr. Doney. So, given that the amendment passed, is it still a potential, right? As in, it's not prescriptive of 24 months. Am I correct in reading that? As in, we still have the potential to have this done further, should administration and through administration, your vendors be able to do so?
Through the chair. Yeah, that's correct. Both ICNI and multifamily are encouraged to do it today on a voluntary basis.
Yeah.
It will be prescriptive in 24 months when the regulations come into place.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Flores, you have the floor.
Thank you. Through the chair, have we explored building our own site? Just thinking at the city of Saskatoon, for example, they went through a similar situation that we have, and ultimately ended up deciding on doing their own site, April 2024, I think. Again, just looking at the parallels and just the barriers that we're having right now that ultimately might lead us that path. So have we explored it?
Through the chair, yes, we have explored it, and so just a bit of history is that we issued the RFP, the original RFP, and had a contractor in place, and they were going down the path of having a facility up and built, and that did not work out for them from a land use perspective. And so we've taken over the operations of the temporary site. It's going very well, and so that's giving us operational knowledge about how we could operate a facility in the future. As I mentioned, we have an RFP out right now. We'll evaluate that. If it's not successful, we have some choices to make, and one of those choices would be to have it done internally. There'll be some capital costs that would need to be approved by council, and significant capital costs, but absolutely that is an option for us to consider in the future.
What would that timeline look like? Because right now we've extended our initial ask of that timeline. We're going to see how that works out. If it doesn't work out, then we would be looking to perhaps build our own. So that, how would that timeline then be impacted?
Through the chair, I can't speak definitively about doing it internally ourselves, but we will evaluate the current RFP in the coming weeks and a month or less as far as negotiations. At that point, we will have to decide if we're going to reissue an RFP with some changes. With the most impactful change would be longer extension date to have a facility up and running potentially at the end of 2026, or with this extension maybe a little bit later than that. If we don't issue an RFP, then we would investigate doing it internally ourselves, and there would have to be a fair bit of work to do that. But I think I would bring that to council because there'd be significant capital costs to go down that path. And so we do some investigation ourselves and provide some estimates of costs, and likely have that in front of council to make a decision sometime in 2025 if we decided not to issue a new RFP.
Okay. Now, in the long term, thinking about the costs, because I do understand building our own would be, it was quite a bit for Saskatoon. But in the long term, with the information that you have now, do you know if it would be more feasible for us to have our own site rather than contract it out?
Through the chair, so initially when we started down this path, we didn't think it was the best choice for the city to have our own site. And part of that is, I'll back up. Currently our landfill services a lot of southern Saskatchewan. And so there's a need, I would say, in more than just Regina for food and yard waste processing. And it wouldn't be our intent likely to provide service to a very large portion of southern Saskatchewan. And so our thought was there's an opportunity for the private sector to come in, step up, provide some environmental stewardship, and make $1 by providing that service to larger southern Saskatchewan. Now, we've gone through this process for a year or 18 months, and so we're seeing that maybe there's some challenges with that, and we'll see if that's the case with the new RFP or if someone has come forward to put a proposal forward. But we definitely have learned a fair bit over the last 18 months that may influence our decision going forward.
All right, thank you. That's all for me.
Thank you. We'll recognize Mayor Brzezinski.
Thank you, through the chair. Just wondering how impactful were would you say the challenges with the previous company that we were working with? How impactful was that challenge in having to pivot and go back out to RFP in terms of the timeline and extending the timeline that we're facing today?
Yeah, through the chair, there were significant challenges with what occurred with the previous contractor. They were in place to have a facility up and running in the fall of 2023. They had options on land and we're just waiting for the final regulatory approval. And when that wasn't provided, they needed to pivot to find somewhere else to provide that food and yard waste process. And so we worked with them to have a temporary site on our landfill. And from there, they were unable to find other land to build a food and yard waste processing facility. So in short, it had a significant impact on the processing capacity of food and yard waste.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Brzezinski. Recognize Councillor Mazzanelli.
Thank you very much. Through the chair, just looking at some of the comments so far about the outcomes from holding this an extra 6 months from 18 to 24 and the worries about the environmental repercussions. Kind of care a little bit the environment myself. When I look at what we've done today, it strikes me that we've actually sped up the process of separating and looking after the environment by opening that incentive up to thousands of more households immediately to take the right actions, to find outcomes and solutions. Am I misunderstanding how that amendment will roll out or what an early adopter incentive program will do?
Through the chair, obviously I'm not entering the debate, but I would say I would agree with you that having the early adopter incentive program to apply to a wider range does encourage everyone that does not currently have food and yard waste process in place to take the necessary steps and to have some financial incentive from the city to do that.
Thank you, and appreciate you not entering the debate, not attempting to debate. There's a feeling of dread for our environment. Extending by 6 months for planning, I don't think has the effects on the environment that incentivizing people to make positive actions will. So I think this is a net positive outcome for the environment on all fronts today. And just by some of the comments, I didn't want that to be lost. So I appreciate everything. Thank you.
Okay, not seeing any other questions or statements relating to the motion. I will ask the clerks to... Sorry. All right. Councillor Bizo, would you like to close debate on the main motion as amended?
Yeah, I'd like to close debate as amended.
Done. I'll ask the clerks to call the vote.
The whole thing now. The motion as amended is passed in a vote of 8-2. Those voting in favor were Councillors Burton, Bizo, Rashevich, Seacless, Flores, Mancinelli, Mayor Brzezinski, and yourself. Voting against were Councillors Zakidniak and Radins.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, just as a reminder, this particular item is closed, but we'll have an answer to speak to it for those councillors that wish to participate at City Council next week. So we'll now consider item EX 2527, Land and Real Estate Annual Report. Can I have City Manager Nikki Anderson please introduce the report?
Thank you, through the chair. The Land and Real Estate Annual Report is a new report that was born out of the Land Development and Disposition Strategy adopted by City Council in 2024. The report in front of you provides an overview of the work that the Land Development and Real Estate branch due for the city of Regina, the current state and projected state of the land development reserve, and seeks city council's endorsement on the real estate strategies proposed for the city of Regina's major land and real estate holdings. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I have someone move this report? Councilor Mazzanelli, do you wish to speak to it?
Through the chair, I guess my first question is in regards to the GM plant and the environmental state of the GM plant, what the repercussions are of putting it to market as it is in the state it's in, and what that'll look like for the potential contamination that might be there in the surrounding neighborhoods to it, and if that's a real thing or not.
See the city manager pointing to her colleagues. Keith, do you want to take that? Please go ahead.
Through the chair, thank you for the question. We did do an extensive investigation into the status of the GM building. Actually the study ended in October of 2023. So we are fully aware of what's there. We do have some estimated costs from that time period. I guess what I can report is that the current status of the contamination is that it is not migrating or moving or causing any further damage than what's already contained either around the building or under the building at this time.
Thank you. Through the chair, oh, sorry, did you have more? Oh, I thought you were for a second. Through the chair, in terms of the Taylor Field lands, understanding the importance of it and also all the interest in those areas, understand North Central and a park would be a really good thing. What type of thought's been given towards staging of investments and incentives to revitalize North Central in terms of, we have a lot of open and derelict properties within the neighborhoods that exist as they are right now. They need investment to be brought back. We have community programs focused on youth that are very positive to try to bring those neighborhoods back. To invest millions into infrastructure, to repurpose the Taylor Field lands all at the same time as trying to invest in North Central. Has there been thought to staging on how that'll evolve, as well as with the constraints of the city's budgets for the amount to invest at any given time? There's a lot to spit out. I hope I was clear.
Look to Mr. Jetlick. Please go ahead.
Through the chair, in terms of our approach to the redevelopment of the Taylor Field site, much like a greenfield neighborhood when it's first launched, you need a reason for people to go there and to instill confidence, and usually they start with a park or some sort of anchor that will draw residents into a new area. And so when we've been evaluating the Taylor Field site, some of the original considerations were potentially commercial on the south side of 10th, and as we've looked into it more, I think the likelihood of significant additional commercial in that area is low as well. Those lands south of 10th are somewhat less desirable simply because the adjacency to the rail and some environmental impacts that are on those sites. And so if you were to look to try and remediate them, it gets quite costly. And so as we've been looking at the site, we know that the indoor aquatics facility is a great anchor that will help make that area more attractive. And then the land south of 10th is well suited for sort of dual purpose. One, functionally to serve as a stormwater retention or detention facility that would capture flows from the indoor aquatics facility from the Taylor Field site and then alleviate some pressures that exist already in the North Central community. And then secondly, as a green space, that is that park and amenity space that makes living in that area just that much more attractive, both for end users who may rent or buy, but also for developers who are questioning whether this is a good investment to build a townhouse or a house for resale, whether they want to take that risk, I think they need to ensure that they see a place that is desirable to live. And so between the IAF and a park space that has dual purpose, we think that's a good way to instill that confidence and help that community shift.
Thank you. Totally agree with the points, especially the park and in the neighborhood. I guess I do have to clear up a little bit. Reading the report, it looks like there's a couple $1 million that has to be spent in underground infrastructures to make the rest of the Taylor Field site ready for community living. And my question comes to the staging and investment of funds. Knowing that we have to reinvest in North Central, understanding the need for the park and how it dovetails off the indoor aquatics facility, understood. Investment dollars from the city to renew North Central. Do we have to both build the infrastructure on the Taylor Field lands to support multifamily and different types of housing, as well as reinvest in the neighborhoods that have open lots and boarded up houses? Or can we first invest in the park and the IAF and everything else in North Central, hold off on the underground infrastructure within the Taylor Field lands, continue to reinvest in North Central to build infill housing in the empty lots as well as the boarded up housing, activating the community and showing an investment in the community. And once that investment starts to rectify the community and there's more of a want, then invest in the underground infrastructure that would be needed on Taylor Field to bring people there. I guess it's the staging question.
Okay, I'm going to look to Mr. Anderson and then Mr. Jedlick.
Thank you, through the chair, and thank you for the question, Councillor. You know, right now administration feels that, you know, the projects aren't, the two projects you're speaking to aren't intrinsically tied, and we think both should be moving ahead. In regards specifically to the things that we're doing through the land trust and other items in North Central specifically, there is, I'll call it a loose timeline because we're dependent on what happens in the marketplace there. Whereas on the Taylor Field lands, we have an ability to accelerate growth. So that being said, we want to take advantage of the opportunity at the Taylor Fields land now while we can, and then also be aware of opportunities in North Central. And you know, at this point, I wouldn't say we need to do one versus the other.
Clarifying question, if I could.
Sorry, 1 second, Councillor Mazzanelli. Mr. Jedlick, did you want to expand on that?
Yes. Through the chair, just to add a little bit of clarification within the report, and this is a new report, and what it's seeking is strategic direction to move in a direction. And so you know, this is the concept that's being evaluated. The request for funding is actually for the design phase of the undergrounds as well as the roadway, but not for construction. The construction is something that once we have furthered the design and have accurate budgets, it's something that we would bring back through the budget process or a separate report. So this is sort of considered a high-level concept, and you know, which we'd pursue the engineering on with this findings.
Thank you. I appreciate the breakdown of the information through the chair. Just to mention, knowing that there's a couple hundred empty houses during a housing crisis sitting in North Central, talking about a want to move into a neighborhood to provide pipes for at this point in time is questionable to me. Knowing that we're only going through design phase, I'm really encouraged that we got a chance to rectify the neighborhood to have that want there, maybe when the designs are finished. And I have one last question through the chair for administration. And I guess maybe it's not a question, it's just a comment. A question. The Northeast lands. A big talk in the last 4 years, a huge potential investment for our corner of the world. It appears to be falling apart right now. We're kind of holding up on Viterra for their decision, as well as Bungie now, I guess. And I'm just wondering if there's anything we should be doing as a council to draw attention to the situation, potentially maybe a letter to the province, maybe to the surrounding RMs, maybe to the federal government. We're in this time where we got this craziness of all kinds of different tariffs, all kinds of energy constraints. Our canola crops, I hear, are just tanking right now because the changes with the tariffs and the trade background, what's happening to our country. And these Northeast lands were set aside to overcome an environmental problem, an energy problem in our corner of the world, a trade problem. The proposal by FCL as well as Viterra for canola oil crush going forward was a transitional change to get to the next generation. It had environmental aspects to it that were very positive. It had huge financial positive aspects for our region and for our province. And I'm looking at this report right now, and it looks like it's just getting put out to the table and everything's hinging. I'm wondering if maybe we could throw a letter of support calling attention to the importance of this. Biofuels are a huge piece of a clean environment for the future. The trades needed to construct those type of entities are a huge piece of economic prosperity for our region. This was part of the province's provincial plan. We threw those tariffs on and the crash in our canola prices. We need something to do with those crops right now more than ever. I think we need some attention on this and we need to get it brought on, not put off to the side. So I don't know if we can table this sideways, put a letter out, see if we can get action before we actually put it to rest. I'll just close my comments down. Maybe this is way above our pay grade and I should just shut my mouth. Maybe that's the right way, but I think this is pretty important.
Yeah, thanks, Councillor. I think you mentioned a couple of potential projects there, the implications of the Bunge acquisition of Viterra and also the question to defer the integrated ag complex from FCL and AGT and that implications on our economy regionally and also our lands. So I think I'll look to Mr. Anderson to speak to that and we'll go forward from there.
Thank you, and through the chair. And agreed, Councillor Mancinelli, we, maybe our perception of the report, we're not trying to put those projects on hold or aside. Essentially, we're waiting on those capital market participants to move forward. We're just saying at this time, let's move the monies back into the land reserve so that if we have a different opportunity that we can strike on quickly. But by no means are we putting it to bed or sort of looking at these projects as not desirable. Our group continues to work with those partners to ensure that we're doing everything we can to encourage those projects to go forward. This is more just an ability for us to be flexible.
Councilor Mancinelli?
Appreciate that. I'm sorry, I wasn't trying to lay this on administration's feet through the chair. I'm more looking at the political nature of this, the investment needed, the fact that we should be drawing some attention, not just allowing this to fall off the side, the fact that Viterra was about to make an investment before an international company and acquisition was changing its path, and now looking at all the tariffs and all the outcomes, that much investment in our region shouldn't be just put to bed without saying something, and maybe we could form a letter as a council and make it sent to
Mancinelli,
feds.
I apologize, you're out of time. But I think your point is well made, and I hear you. I suspect you'll find concurrence among your colleagues that we all have a vested interest in seeing some of those material projects move forward.
Maybe someone could make an amendment or
I'd be happy to. If I hear Councillor Mancinelli correctly, if I may, I think what he's looking for is council to write a letter to the provincial government outlining the alignment of those projects with their provincial growth plan, understanding, as Mr. Anderson said, that there's geopolitical and economic considerations with those investments, particularly some of the things that are happening in the United States, but to reconfirm our interest as a willing partner, both with the private sector and the provincial government, to work collaboratively to see those investments and others come to fruition. And so if that is the spirit and intent, I might propose an amendment that would direct this council to send a letter to the provincial government outlining our interest in the advancement of their provincial growth strategy, our interest in working with the private and public sector to see material investment in the agri-value sector and other sort of relevant investments in our economy. Is that generally speaking how you might frame it, Councillor Mancinelli?
Yep, include the feds.
And the feds. Thank
and
you. Sorry for cutting you off, Jason.
Yeah. Probably include anyone of any measure, whether it be the actual government or the oppositional parties.
Okay.
We need action.
So with that in mind, I'll look to the clerk for some guidance, but I'm prepared to recommend or to provide an amendment that would ask council to send a letter to the provincial and federal government, speaking of our interests in welcoming and working collaboratively to advance agri-value processing and relevant material investment within our jurisdiction. I suspect we can work with the administration on the specifics of the wording of that letter. So I'll look to the city clerk for guidance as to procedurally how to move forward.
Sure. Thank you, Deputy Mayor. On the assumption that Executive Committee will leave it to me to wordsmith this, what we would do is we would include perhaps a new number 5, which would then lay that out and directing that the mayor, on behalf of council, write to the respective governments and opposition parties outlining what you said. And I've got some scratches down, but we've got it if everyone's good with that.
See some concurrence. Councillor Bezos, do you wish to speak to my amendment, I guess?
Yeah, just for the amendment, I'm going to just say for clarification, we're getting this land report, and then we're going to a different area of kind of call it greater economic development strategies. They're completely two different events and two different topics. Like, this is the land report. We're getting advice from our CFO to say we're transferring money from here to here. Here's what our lands are. The economics perspective and the economic development is a completely separate topic from this report. All I'm saying is, let's keep that one separate. Let's just focus on this one. And if we want to do a report, or it's not even an amendment, it's a letter to say, hey, we want some economic development with plants.
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to pass it to Councillor Bezos. I think your point's well made. I'm going to pass it to Jim with a suggestion here.
So, to go back in time about half an hour, this would be a friendly amendment. Because Councillor Mancinelli, you moved the original motion. Councillor Fro has suggested this. If you agree to it, then it becomes friendly. So we don't need to vote on it. It just becomes a new part of, an additional part of the original motion on the floor. It's like you said it yourself.
I guess what I'm asking.
What I'm asking is what becomes a friendly amendment? What Councillor Fro suggested?
Yes.
I'm good with that.
Yes, and we will work with the mayor's office
good with
to
that.
ensure the appropriate wording.
Sorry for sidelining it, moving the money back, brought it onto the plate to talk about. I'm done.
No worries. Thank you, Councillor Mancinelli, and thanks for your point, Councillor Bezos. Okay, so moving on, I see some other questions from administration, or sorry, from council rather, as it relates to the report at hand. I'm going to recognize Councillor Flores.
All right, thank you, sir. Give me 1 second. I lost my way here. All right, had 2 questions. One, it was through the chair. It was initially touched a little bit, but I'd just like to, if you could provide more details related to the contaminated areas of Taylor Field. What are the anticipated costs and timelines for environmental remediation, and how are these going to be factored in the development plans that we have here?
Mr. Jedlick, or?
Through the chair, yeah. Through the chair, good question. The Taylor Field lands were previously an old rail siding and a rail yard, and operated as such for years, so a lot of the contamination would be similar to that you'd find in a rail operations. We had broken up, so I guess in terms of how do we typically manage contamination, we have to apply to the provincial authorities as a regulator. They're our regulator, the Ministry of Environment, and you apply for what is called a corrective action plan. In this case, we broke up the application for 4 corrective action plans, not to get into area specifics, but this was to do with the indoor aquatics facility timing and our own timing related to the Taylor Field lands. So the applications are in, and with the province for the indoor aquatics facility ones, and we anticipate approvals on those ones soon because the timelines for the indoor aquatics facility are more pertinent than the timelines for what's in front of you today for Taylor Field. So the other 2 applications are in
for review with the province for the Taylor Field lands. And I think that answers your question, but I'll let you, or I'll flip it to Mr. Jedlick if he has anything else to add.
Through the chair, and I'll ask Mr. McCall to correct me if this is not accurate, but the other reason for breaking these apart was that the lands north of 10th Avenue, which are sort of where the original stadium was set, are not impacted or have minimal impact, whereas the lands south of 10th, which are adjacent to the rail, are more impacted. So, as well, earlier land uses suggested commercial along the rail and residential north of 10th, and the standards to which lands must be remediated differ based on the end use, and so commercial is not as stringent as residential.
All right, so in terms of timelines and cost anticipation, with the information that you've given me, if we're planning to add residential to that area, how would that impact the cost of being able to do that from a city perspective? Because at this point, we don't know how much, or do we know how much it would cost to remediate that area, like for the areas that we're thinking that could be residential?
Mr. McCall?
Through the chair, what we're asking, or to Mr. Jedlick's point, the lands north of 10th are not deemed contaminated, so those would be available for immediate production into residential lands. And dependent on the land use, or dependent on what we use or what we put on the lands south, so we're proposing a park space, the cost would vary. And they would vary, I guess I could say they would vary dependent on land use, and it is expensive to remediate to a high standard, where the highest standard would be people living there, and kind of the lower standards would be more of a passive use or industrial use or commercial use, if that makes sense. So it's a range of expenditures to be expected.
And those have been kind of taken into account in the planning of that area in terms of what we're, because you mentioned earlier it might be commercial in that area?
Mr. Jedlick? Through the chair. So the lands that are impacted, which are south of 10th, are what is being proposed for a park, and which would also be a stormwater detention facility. So I guess with the intent of this report is to gain an endorsement on that strategic direction, so that as we receive the response from the provincial regulator, we can then move forward with an actual remediation plan and understand the costs for it, in the sense that if we know there's going to be a storm pond facility there and we'll be removing a lot of the soil, and the actual construction or the undertaking of any of the remediation would come back in a subsequent report with more detail, with more accurate budget or costs associated with the work.
Thank you. And I have just one last question that is very moving away from Taylor Field. In the report, I noticed that there's significant transfer of funds to the Land Development Reserve. Could you provide an overview of the current balance and any anticipated future uses of this reserve?
Through the chair. So the Land Development Reserve has a minimum balance of 2 million or a maximum balance of 12 million, which at the end of 2024, so December 31st, 2024 balance was actually about 1.5 million, and then on January 15th, we closed the land sale to Cowessess First Nations, which put another approximately 3.5 million into the reserve. So the current balance...
Sorry, this is the adjustment.
Okay. So that's approximately where it is. The reason we were originally going to include
sorry to interrupt, Mr. Jedlick. I'd like to recognize the mayor, please.
Yeah, I think just given talking about future opportunities, I just wouldn't mind if we go in camera for this, just to have a discussion about this in camera when we're talking about future opportunities for that area.
Thank you. So, any opposed? Seeing none, we're going to close and move in camera, please. Thank you for those that were waiting. I just wanted to confirm that in private session, as always, no decisions were made. And with that, we'll get started again. So, I think at this point, Councillor Flores, unless you have any other comments or questions, we'll move on to Councillor Razovich. Have you withdrawn your interest in speaking? You have? Okay. I'll recognize Councillor Zakidniak.
Thank you. So just to have some clarity, the report talks about Hawkstone Commercial and Hawkstone Residential. Later on in the report, it talks about land sold to Cowessess First Nation. So the recommendations in A and B have nothing to do, those are totally separate from the lands that were sold to Cowessess First Nation. Is that accurate? Through the chair.
Recognize Mr. Jetlick.
Through the chair, that is correct. The land sale to Cowessess has concluded, and that's wrapped up now, and these are the residual lands that the city retained.
Okay, I figured. Now, also noting back to the recommendations, some include repurchasing provisions in the sale agreements, but not all of those recommended for sale include repurchasing provisions. Can you explain why that's the case? Do you need me to be more explicit? You need me to
Through the
repeat my
chair, if there
question?
was one specific one, yeah, if you...
Okay, so, so when I see, so we're going to sell in, okay, I guess I'll say repurchasing provisions are noted in Hawkstone Commercial. Maybe that's it. No, and F, the GM plant. And maybe the distinction is just if it's like a large-scale commercial versus residential, is that why it's mentioned sometimes but not all the time?
Through the chair, it's correct. So we've sort of identified different strategies based on specific characteristics of the land. And so, you know, if we look at Parliament and Queen, where there would be retail service lots made available for sale, we would look to the market to gauge when development is appropriate. And so you can't necessarily force development to occur if it's not warranted, but that would be placed more in the hands of the developer. Whereas when we have something that, you know, maybe more strategically important to the city, we would want to see it get into production. And if the proponent wasn't able to put it into production for whatever reason, the city wouldn't want necessarily that property to sit and just kind of languish for years, and may want the opportunity to repurchase it. So oftentimes the value to the city of the economic development and future property taxes is far greater than the proceeds received from the sale of the land. And so really we're interested in seeing economic activity. And
Okay, and so the ones that we've specifically identified that are important enough to ensure we have repurchasing provisions are the GM plant and Hawkstone Commercial. Is that accurate? So B and F.
through the chair, I believe that's correct.
Okay, that's all I have, thank you.
Seeing no other questions, Councillor Mazzanelli, given that you moved it, do you wish to add anything further? Seeing none, I'll ask the clerk to start the vote.
Deputy Mayor, the motion passes 10-0.
Thank you. At this point, we're going to have a resolution for private session. Can I please have someone move a motion for private session? Councillor Siklis, I will call the question. Any opposed? Seeing none, we'll now break. Sorry, 15 minutes. We'll ask to clear the hall.